On a day he normally takes off, one man, driven by a desire to finally be the first to slay the Ender Dragon, arrives on time. That's the wrong camera button. Hello. Little bright looking there. We'll fix that. Beautiful. Beautiful. God. He's never looked better. Boss, you're looking wonderful today. I agree, Dewey. I agree. I am looking wonderful today. How about you? I think you all look wonderful today. How about you guys? I feel like we're going to have a very exciting stream today for no other reason than because we're going to be opening it with a very auspicious piece of news that was shared with me only 2 hours ago, I think. Maybe because the news is itself very, very new. Hello, 77green77. Happy to have you here in the chat, comrade. Hold on, wait. I forgot to get this open. Always have your news articles open for perusing before the stream actually starts. What just happened? What? I just opened a news page and it... Sorry. I just opened a news page and it killed itself so aggressively that it crashed Chrome. Instantly. The moment I opened it. I have literally never had that happen before. It just stopped. It just stopped. Well, that's okay. Yeah, they're hiding it from me. They are trying to keep it from me. And by they, I of course mean the whites. Stay crafty, folks. Stay crafty. But I did miss you guys. Sorry for not streaming yesterday, by the way. I was having... We decided to have a house cleanup day. There was a lot of old crap that I felt it prescient to get rid of. Hold on. Oh no, website chat. White Nervosa is making some alterations to the website architecture. There we go. Okay, there we go. We got it working again. Whew. Hello. All right. No more time wasted. Remember literally 2 days ago when I said abolish the police was too radical a plan to meaningfully get behind because there's no public support for it and replacing the police wouldn't, it would require kind of civic infrastructure we don't yet have access to? Well, the Minneapolis City Council has apparently achieved the 9 out of 12 vote threshold necessary to pass legislation without being able to be vetoed by the mayor, who has said that he does not favor the abolition of the police or even its defunding. A group of Minneapolis City Council members have announced their intentions to proceed with disbanding the city's police force. Not cutting budgets, not paying for a task force to examine policing measures, not any of that nonsense, just disbanding it. Which is pretty wacky, because that is way too radical for America. The base department was not... Listen, the base department was, at the moment of this decision, they were sleeping, they were resting, they didn't expect to get any calls, and then their fucking phone lines just lit up. They weren't ready for it. We got to talk about this. Oh, hey, Azairs. Is that how you pronounce your name? In chat? How you doing? Big YouTuber Andy in YouTube chat. Not in the cool kids chat with you guys, of course, but they're still cool, though. Right. Anyway, man, disbanding the police force. I'm actually really, really worried about this. So, The argument fundamentally is this, and I'm going to ramble for a second, and you're going to listen to me because that's how streaming works. Um, when people hear the phrase "abolish the police," what they tend to think is, "What? Well, what happens when crimes happen then?" Which is, I think, honestly, a really valid question. I think that's a reasonable response for most people. I mean, the concept of abolishing police are literally like a fundamental infrastructural necessity of modern civilized society, at least in the minds of most people. So when you talk about abolishing it, they imagine like, oh, oh, cool, sure. So you're gonna get this like getting rid of like the fire department, you know? But it's not, because the issue is the police have a very, very specific socio-political history. Many people in this chat probably already know that and this isn't hyperbole, this isn't like lefty history, this is just like a fact. The police originated from slave patrols. Essentially the idea of like an organized hierarchical task force who would respond to claims of mishappenings. They were slave patrols. They would patrol the borders of states, largely between the North and the South. And when, a black folk went a-running, they'd a catch them. And that was their job. That was what they did. But it didn't end there. Who here's heard of the Pinkertons? I know you've heard of the I literally see it in chat right now, so I know at least one of you knows what the Pinkertons is. Again, the modern conception of the police is, well, it's modern. Back around the turn of the 20th century, what we would have called police were essentially gangs, either privately operated or paid for by the city officials. And their job functionally was to preserve the power relations within our society. Literally, it would be like the mayor or like a company would have their group, their gang, and if there was a problem, they would be sent to resolve that problem. But there wasn't some kind of nationwide standard. They were literally basically private militias. The Pinkertons are especially infamous because they were typically brought in to strike break, and boy did they strike break. Whoo boy! Many a union member met their end to a bullet fired by a Pinkerton pistol. That was their job. And eventually, the folks in charge, they kind of figured it's actually really convenient to have a group of trained, armed, task force workers who I can send to resolve disputes which, could conceivably inconvenient to me. And the police were born. Now, obviously, the police do not just preserve existing relations of power. That's not their only job. A lot of what police do is tend to the laws and ordinances in a given area, and a lot of that is fairly neutral work. But a lot of it isn't. A lot of it isn't. And the actual degree to which a police force works to preserve the power relations in a society usually differs on the city they're doing this in. There are probably tiny old towns somewhere in the Midwest where the police are mostly harmless, Don't drive at 115 miles per hour down the freeway. Somebody got too drunk and started making some threats down at the bar. Okay, we sent a cop over there. All right. As long as everyone's white, as long as no black person is in town by sundown, everything is fine for the most part. But police as an institution, both today and historically, have had a long-standing relationship with and invested interest in defending the existing power structures of society. Today, they protect capital. Most of what police do is keep society orderly or defend property against threats to property. And the reason they keep society orderly is not because they are interested in helping people. The Supreme Court made that very clear when they ruled that the police do not actually have an obligation to help people. The police have an obligation to uphold the law. And laws are written by the powerful, and the powerful are funded by the even more powerful. All very simple, very, very, very boilerplate shit. In fact, it's so boilerplate, I kind of feel like a LARPer just talking about it. But that really is kind of the origin of how police function today. And when we abolish the police, we are not saying get rid of the concept of law, because that does have its uses. What we are saying is the specific type of institution the police have become are one which are antithetical to the values our society is supposed to uphold. When it comes to the pursuit of life and happiness, police keep things orderly, but if the order is done to maintain the integrity of laws which exist to protect capital, to keep things quiet, rather than to achieve justice or harmony, the police aren't meaningfully aiding us in that pursuit. And the degree to which the police have been militarized and insulated from the citizens they are meant to protect has made it increasingly difficult for them to do that job. So when we abolish the police, we do not abolish law. We replace the police with community policing. We replace the police with civil servants. We replace the police with representatives of the community. Now, the actual specifics of community policing are really fucking complicated, and I want to read more into them before I give some long-winded speech on how exactly, like, I'm sure there's a trillion ways how exactly they could be implemented. But I have concerns, and I am scared right now. Because the only thing worse than the status quo is an improvement done poorly. The world will be looking to Minneapolis right now, following the abolition of the police. And if things go wrong, that will be used to justify every police excess for the next 2 decades. There are already conservative demagogues on Twitter and YouTube, and presumably in our state and national legislators, talking about how we need to keep our eyes on Minneapolis because it's going to turn into a lawless hellhole overnight. And while I don't think that's going to happen, I must confess I am a little concerned because right now the city council has not outlined a very specific plan as to what should be done following the abolition of the police. If this succeeds, Minneapolis will become a template, a blueprint for the improvement of our society. It is the local implementation of civic improvements which facilitates their broader implementation. But if things go poorly, that could be really, really bad for us. So all eyes on Minneapolis. Let's see what happens. Let's see how well they do. I will admit, I am a little nervous because this is more than America is, this is more than I expected of this country. But it might end up setting a very bad precedent. So you're saying if a crime happens in Minneapolis, the revolution is fucked? No, I'm saying if a bunch more crimes happen in Minneapolis and their replacement system can't deal with it, then the country might be fucked. Yes. We'll see. Camden, New Jersey, abolished their PD years ago and replaced it with community policing, and crime dropped dramatically. I would need to look into that, but keep in mind, eyes are on Minneapolis right now in a way they are not for Camden. Even if there are prior precedents of community policing working, it needs to work here. Everyone's eyes are here. What will happen to prisons? Oh, well, prisons will still exist. They're not talking about abolishing prisons. That would be a very impressive change, but that's not going to happen. Hopefully fewer people have to spend their nights in those prison cells, though. That's a good first step. Yeah, it's too based overload. We have to hold back. We have to wait a little bit. We have to withhold, okay? And now everyone who said TA is getting banned. One of the most radical civic proposals in the history of this country, and you motherfuckers are still spamming that shit. Can't believe you people. This is just disgusting. Just disgusting. What does it mean? TA was just some rando who wanted to debate, and I'm fine with debating said rando, but that's it. They're just some random person who wanted to debate. That's it. They're not a prominent public figure. That's pretty much it. That's the extent of it. But we're going to be playing Minecraft right now, so maybe we will talk to them. After all, it's Minecraft. It's the easiest game in the world to play while talking to people. Did anyone, I'm not trying to drama monger, but did anyone happen to catch Destiny's stream last night? Some of you might have called that. I feel so handsome today. Did he break up with you? Hush up. I have a feeling Destiny is going to be a little bit politically irrelevant in the coming future, so that might be something you guys look forward to, because I don't think you ever cared that much. And we back in it. Whew. Oh my goodness, Geronimo. All right, where were we? Seriously, where were we? Oh man. Geronimo Rotor with the 50 bucks. Thank you so much, comrade. What's going on with the police? The Minneapolis City Council has achieved a supermajority vote to disband the police. Some rando wanted to debate you. Let's just do debate. Wait, what happened? What are we referring to right now? Are we... Oh, with Destiny? I don't want to paraphrase too much, because it seemed like it was a pretty emotional moment for him. But essentially, if I'm interpreting him correctly, I think he is abandoning his political principles because he thinks everyone else is a hypocrite anyway, and everyone's just going to call him a bigot no matter what he does, so we might as well just meme it up. I think that's the... I think that's basically the gist of it. Not an especially oppressive mentality, in my humble opinion, but if that's what he decides to do. Go in. Thank you. Oh, man. Geronimo Rotor with the $100. What the fuck, dude? Really fucking based? Yeah, it's pretty fucking based, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Jesus. It's really kind of you, comrade. Bloomberg can't pet dogs. Thank you very much for the 10 bucks, comrade. I really appreciate that. Okay, we got a lot of real happy people here today. All right, now let's first off, we have to give priority. Is TA here? Where my TA haters at? Wait. Can you guys hear the game? Have you ever been able to hear the game? Yes? What did I... Not today? Okay, I know... What? Wait. 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 Threshold, compressor, gain. What? What? Um... Okay, well, hold on. Let's, remove this element. Yep, remove that. Remove that. That's old. I don't need D live chat anymore. I hope not. How long have I had that there? Why would you... Why would you not be able to... Okay, the only explanation that I can think of is that it's routing the audio from the wrong source. So let's try to fix that. Properties. Oh, here we go. Well, hold on now. There we go. How the fuck did that get changed? There we go. Okay. I'm sorry. I have no idea how that got fucked up. I haven't changed anything. Oh, wait. I actually did change my audio settings recently. By the way, do I sound a little bit better to you guys? I edited things and really, because I have a really expensive mic. You guys think I sound better than I used to? Fuck yeah. That's almost unanimous. That's awesome. I had a little bit of clipping issues before, but I worked with the thresholds a little bit. Yeah, okay. That's good. Okay. Check text. Where's my phone? Why? I can't. My phone's not in here. Why is my phone not in here? All right. TA, we're doing TA. Did I seriously leave my phone in the bathroom? No, it's right there on the toolbox. Look, I left it over there. See, look, it's silly me. It's Sunday. I'm not supposed to stream Sundays. Listen, if we're a little wacky today, we're a little off the cuff. Apparently, TA wants to debate anarchism and syndicalism. Very fun topics. Here, we can jump in. Quick call. We're doing it. Thank you, Kane. We're doing it. Yo. TA.
Yo, Vosh.
Yo.
Okay. First things first, I would like to issue an apology for the Minneapolis thing. I told him to wait till Minecraft.
So you're responsible for Chat's rebellion?
I wasn't how do I like to put it? I want to issue a formal apology for that. I did not tell them to do it there.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I forgive you, okay?
Yeah.
They were just following orders.
All right, perfect. No, but can I say something to you before we start?
Yeah, as long as you're not jerking me off.
No, I'm not gonna jerk you off. But what I want to say is though, okay. The first time I heard about you, right, was from the Jesse Grant debate, right? Because I know a little bit about Jesse Grant.
Yeah, it's pretty recent.
Yeah, I heard about you from Jesse Grant, right? Because I know somebody who knows him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I only knew about you because of the whole pedophile stuff that you already addressed that.
And my reputation precedes me.
Right. So I talked about that, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna check out his content because market socialism, all that. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not a fan of market socialism, and I looked into it. I watched some of your videos, right? And I'm gonna be honest, I actually grew to enjoy the content. For 2 days straight, I had been binge watching your videos, so it's great to talk to you.
Oh, thank you. That did range towards jerking me off a little bit at the end.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. I appreciate the context.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, hit me up.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. How would you say is your step towards socialism?
What do you mean by what is the hammer strike that leads us towards the final moments, the revolution, or what do you mean?
Yeah, sure. What I mean, I heard that you use you like to use market socialism as a transitionary phase. It's not the end goal for you, right?
No, not at all. I think it's a necessary prerequisite to future changes because I really like I really like democracy, and my main concern is that many people's route towards socialism seems to involve some sort of autocratic, the brilliant theory-reading communists need to lead the proletarian masses forward. I don't think that's very realistic, and there's never been, at least generally isn't, successful worker ownership brought about by those principles. So I think a good first step is making sure the workers control the means of production. We work from there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to agree with you there. I'm not a fan of vanguardism either. I'm not a fan of it. I think it degenerates revolution. and and it doesn't lead towards socialism. But my whole thing with market socialism is it maintains capitalist relations, and whatever, it maintains capitalist relations and like uses like aspects of capitalism. So I don't see how like you can like really call that socialism. Like, can you
Well,
define
what do you mean
socialism
by
is?
what do you mean by uses aspects of capitalism?
Like the whole like using markets and allowing immense accumulations of commodities.
Well, markets will exist in any society. Even non-market based societies will always have a market element. It's impossible to eradicate that component of human organization from, the world, which I think is wonderful. I think that markets can, in some selective ways, actually be quite helpful. The question then is like, what's the best way to implement them? When it comes to like whether or not it's preserves the relations of capital, I agree that the firm is preserved. But I would make the argument that even though commodification still exists, it also existed fundamentally in like the USSR. So whatever threshold I'm failing to meet with my, market socialism, I would argue we have already failed to meet that threshold in other societies that people tend to.
Yeah, well, I would agree, but socialism has like never really existed, right?
That's
Because
the
like
rumor.
that's what do you mean that's the rumor?
No, no, I agree, but yeah,
You agree? Okay.
yeah,
I'm glad that we can agree that the USSR was not socialist. Can we agree on that?
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, of
Okay.
course, yeah, I would never.
Okay. So what is it? You mentioned like the firms, right? But like the way I see it, right, the hell of capitalism isn't really like the like fact that it has a boss, it's the firm itself.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. People have to work in. Now, wait, I'm not saying that decommodification isn't important. I, however, do believe that the hierarchy of capitalism is far, far worse than the existence of the firm. Pretty much everything in our society, all the power relations, are oriented not around the accumulation of capital, but around the ability for certain individuals to accumulate it to a greater extent and then use that power against others. That seems to be like the greatest evil, at least in my humble opinion. And I think that turning us away from that is a very, very important, like, first go.
Okay. Well, I'm like an advocate of like communization, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And the reason I advocate communization instead of things like workplace democracy is because capital is like an organism, right? Every time something forms, capitalism takes time to develop antibodies against it. For example, syndicalism. It became workerist and like capitalist, and social democracy also became capitalist. The first Marxists, for example, were social democrats. Marxism, Leninism was anti-capitalist for a while and is now capitalist. Market socialism and workplace democracy have already been adapted into hegemonic capitalism. While yes, workplace democracy is better than what we have now, it does not abolish capitalism, and we'll delve back into it. I'm for communization, establishing the conditions for socialism rather than the preconditions for socialism. I
How
do support unions against their struggle against capitalists, and I do support co-ops against corporations.
Well,
But I
unions
reject those as
unions don't
revolutionary
struggle
tools.
unions don't struggle against capitalists. Unions just struggle for the workers. But if the unions could seize those means of production themselves, they would replicate the terror of the original capitalists. Unions aren't anti-capitalist. They're just
Yeah,
pro-workers
actually,
of
I'm
that
glad that you
business.
said that because I was trying to concede to you, but the fact that you agree with like that's perfect. I agree with that.
Yeah. So do you really think we can just like go like straight to communism? Like we can just jump that?
Well, the way I see it is like birthing communism. I don't know how to explain this. Mm, like birthing like the egg within capitalism itself. It's like it's not like jumping like straight in, if that makes sense.
Well, how so? What specific policies or actions would you take to bring about these changes?
Okay, so we could achieve it by like changing the social relations within what is it capitalism itself, like change, like I guess you could say communizing the social relations.
Sure, but how?
Hmm. What is it? What's an example? Like, hmm. An example would be like making like a community bean farm or whatever, and everyone's allowed to take from it and like build it together.
Sure, I think that's a
Making like
wonderful thing, but I mean,
Mhm.
capitalism's not going to die because of that.
Obviously, it's not going to die because of that. But like, what is it? Like building it up together, like doing this on a mass scale, social, like a social revolution, if you will.
Right. So just revolution, like no reform beforehand.
I don't agree with reform, no.
You don't think reform is a good thing, even if it could be done without any compromise to the revolutionary action later?
What do you mean by that?
Reform and revolution aren't mutually exclusive. You can push towards reform while also waiting for the opportune moment to engage in revolution.
Don't we like in the decadent stage of capitalism? I don't see how reform is very useful.
Well, reform is pretty useful right now because reform helps save the lives of minorities. I'd say that's a pretty good first step, no? I mean, better to have them alive.
Okay, well, sure. As a person of color, though, would you expect me to vote for Biden, who literally said that you're not black if you don't vote for Biden? Would
Yes.
you expect that?
Mhm.
You would expect me to vote for Biden?
Yeah, I'd call you racist if you didn't too, just to really nail it in. You laugh.
I did, but I don't see. Wait. So you want like oppressed people who Biden would affect even badly, and doesn't seem to have like the biggest respect for to
So
vote for Biden.
who would Biden affect badly?
Okay, so what is it? Biden has had what is it? Like bad crime cases, like what is it? Like the Anita Hill bill or whatever,
Mhm.
and all these things against like people of color and ethnic minorities. I don't see why you should expect them to vote for Biden.
Well, why wouldn't they? Everything that Joe Biden has proposed, at least with regards to his intended legislation, is better for black people, trans people, everything, than what Trump would offer. It's better than the status quo, too. It's not
Yeah,
like you have Biden will make it a little worse and Trump will make it a little... Well, you do have to pick between the two. Unless you think
No,
Howie Hawkins is going to win.
You could just not vote.
Sure, then you're deferring, you're being cucked by the system then. You're deferring to whoever wins the popular vote. That's not a choice. Like that's just.
I mean, no, but it is a choice though. You choose to participate in the system.
Oh, sure. I mean, you could also like shoot yourself in the head. Like that's also a choice. I meant choices that
But
like
you just
matter.
said it wasn't a choice.
Oh, so you're right. I should clarify. There are only two valid choices. There are other choices that you can make that have no positive impact and are only detrimental and mean nothing except like virtue signally ego jerking. If you want to choose from those choices, you're absolutely free to. Of which not voting is probably the most popular one.
Wait a minute. You think that what is it? Hold up. Can you repeat that? Like your mic broke up for me.
Oh, sure, yeah. So when I said, wait a second, I'm sorry. Wait, how's there cobblestone here? Wait.
I'm actually watching you play Minecraft while we're talking.
Wait a second, guys, does this connect to the earlier nether gate that I placed? Oh my, guys. It was right here all along. It was right here the whole time. We never left home. Okay, I'm sorry.
Vosh, have you ever heard of TV's Judge Joe Brown?
I have not, no.
Oh, TV's Judge Joe Brown. Okay. When you get the chance, check them out on Instagram. I need you to check them out.
Yeah, sure. I don't have much free time, but I can give it a shot. Maybe like a fan of mine can try to synthesize some of that data.
You should just look up for TV's Judge Joe Brown on Instagram. Also, while you're at it, look at Vigoof. Vigoof is perfect too.
I'll give it a look.
There are great accounts that can educate you a lot on like mutual aid and like they write a couple books too.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, the argument I was making is that not voting is dumb and gay. That was basically the point I was making to summarize it. Like, why? It doesn't do anything.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is, but the way I see it, like, I'm not, like, actively against voting or actively for voting. The way I see it is it doesn't really change the dominant mode of production that we live in, so I don't, like, care to, like...
So that's the only threshold? Like, what if voting could save the lives of hundreds of thousands of minorities who would otherwise be deported or attacked under a police state or any of the other myriad negative things that can happen to them?
Don't we already live under a police state, would you say?
Yeah, but one of the candidates that's going to win, possibly, will make it worse, and one of them will make it better.
One of them. What will Biden do to address the police state?
Biden has literally outlined like a new policing plan, a police bill of rights following the George Floyd killing, which outlines like a massive list of potential actions that can be taken to improve community policing, improve police relationships with the people they police. It's actually pretty extensive. I don't remember every point off the top of my head, but I've gone over it, and honestly,
Can you like send me? Can you send me a link to that? Actually, I want to look at that.
sure. I'm playing Minecraft right now. Literally, just like Google like Biden policing plan.
No, I'll Google it right now. But like, what I'm hearing here though, right? The police as an institution. You were just talking about it with the Pinkertons, right? And like, they have like an inherent bias against like people of color. Like that's that's obvious.
Yeah.
So I think
they have an inherent bias against the weak. I don't know if it's necessarily individual racism. I just think the police, like as an institution, will always target the weaker, whether that be minorities or gay people, just any group like that.
Okay. So, by the weak, you would say like you said like minorities of any kind, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Okay.
like minorities are weak, like in a sociological sense.
Mm-hmm. So like, I'm gonna Google this Biden, this like police bill of rights and see because right now, like knowing Joe Biden, these might be half measures, but I'm gonna look at these and I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt.
Sure, I mean, you're going to call any of them half measures because none of them just abolish capital. So to you, they will be half measures. But what they are undeniably is an improvement.
And I'll look at these. I will be open-minded and I will look at these. I will be open-minded, putting all of these things aside.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're free to, but they are undeniably better than what Trump can offer. I mean, look at what Trump has been doing over the past 2 weeks. He's literally just been like an open dictator. Or he's been trying to act like one. From talking about getting extra terms, to joking about suspending the election, to talking about deploying the extreme and infinite power of the military against protesters, to clearing out peaceful protesters for photo ops where he poses next to the Bible. It's literally like, it's the phrase, when fascism comes to America, it'll be like carrying a Bible and wrapped in the flag, basically, or wearing a cross and wrapped in the flag. It's the phrase. It's
Wait, I'm looking at these and like this just kind of like seems like empty rhetoric. It's preventing crimes and providing opportunities for all, eliminating racial disparities and issuing fair sentences, offering second chances.
Yeah, like I said,
this is just empty rhetoric.
Like I said, you would dismiss it no matter what it would end up being.
No, I'm not dismissing it just no matter what. I'm telling you, this is simply empty rhetoric. I don't see any like policies here. This is just rhetoric.
Yeah, probably because it's impossible to know which policies are going to be most effective on a city-by-city basis. It's not like the president controls the policies of police stations. Those are done on a city-by-city level. Broad policy goals are the only things you can really do as a president. Unless you want to implement some, like, weird executive action.
I'm not a fan of Bernie Sanders, but, I mean, he did have policies on his website that he outlined. This is empty rhetoric. Like, this isn't even, like, close to that.
I'm not saying that Biden is better than Bernie. I'm saying he's better than Trump.
Yeah, but you just said politicians don't usually do, like, what is it? Don't do, like, broad policy changes.
No, with policing, they don't. Because police rules are dictated by like city councils and governors. Like, it's a city by city thing. The president can't say like, okay, Chicago, you're now wearing body cams. And it would be virtually impossible for the president to push for anything as drastic as like a national implementation of a rule like that. So rhetoric is pretty much all you can get. Whereas Trump has openly advocated for basically every conceivable racist and biased policing policy imaginable to man. So if we're just talking, preferences, I think it's pretty evident.
Again, they're two sides of the same coin, though. I don't think
How?
You're like.
This is what I mean. How are they two sides of the same coin? Because they're both capitalist?
I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. But again,
remember when earlier I said nothing I said would mean anything to you because he's not.
No, I told you. I'm not saying that. What I told you I was going to do is I'm going to look at these websites and I'm going to give them like the benefit of the doubt. and I looked at these with an open mind, and they were empty rhetoric. So
But
they just let me down.
empty rhetoric is all you can do for police reform as the president, because the police doesn't dictate the policy of individual precincts. You're asking Biden to meet a standard that it is not legally possible for him to meet.
It's not legally possible. We've had presidents that have done things that aren't technically legal.
So you're suggesting that Biden, while running for the president, openly advocate for an illegal implementation of his executive authority to impose a national policing standard? You want him to advertise that he plans to do something unconstitutional?
No, but I would like him to be a little bit more specific than like preventing crime and providing opportunities for all. I would like a little bit more nuance than that.
How?
Yeah.
What specific nuance
This
would
is
you like
1,
to see?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. This is 7 words.
Is the entirety of his policing plan 7 words, or just that one?
No, the one sentence that I just read out.
Well,
that
yes,
is
some
7
sentences have even fewer words than 7, so...
Yeah.
So what specific nuance would you like to see?
I mean, I would like to say how he would prevent crime and provide opportunities for all. That's what I want.
He can't implement policies.
I didn't say implement policies now. I'm just saying to... what is it?
Do you acknowledge the fact that the tone set by the president can have an impact on the general mood of the country and the policies followed on the state and city levels?
Are you going to fall back on your optics argument again?
No, nothing about this has anything to do with optics. So, for example, following Trump's admission into the presidency, the police have gotten more violent. The police have felt more comfortable engaging in violence against protesters. The reason for that is because it is a reflection of his violent and fascist rhetoric. So if we have a president in office who instead says stuff like, I want to minimize violent use of policing, I want to cut down on, like violent arrests, I want to improve the relationship between the police and the people, this would have the opposite effect, don't you think?
Possibly. Give me a minute. I'm going to do a quick Google search.
Sure. Guys, is there ever any Neverwort anywhere in this thing? I'm looking for Netherwort so I can do some brewing, but I don't see any Netherwort here. If I don't see any, should I just try to find a new... Find the room with the stairs?
Would you say that you're a fan of, like, what is it? The Green New Deal, for example?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, a lot of it is empty rhetoric, but it does advocate for a lot of things that I consider important.
Are you aware that the Green New Deal would, what is it? Disproportionately affect people in the third world?
Which specific policies?
It's claimed to like switch to like lithium would affect people in the third world.
Yeah, of course.
What is it?
Any step to reduce our commodity consumption is going to impact negatively the third world because their economies are driven by our commodity consumption.
Okay, then why should we do half measures with capitalism with the Green New Deal?
What? I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
You just said, what is it? That our, what is it, reforms? Not here, our reforms, any, like, hold up. Can you repeat what you said again so I can just make sure I quote you correctly?
I don't know exactly. Give me the gist of it, and I'll...
Okay, so, like, the measures of, what is it, our climate or whatever for the Green New Deal.
Yeah, it sets a good standard. Yeah,
Like, yeah, if it affects, like, it would affect Bolivia the most for lithium. So, like, if it affects others negatively, why would we slightly benefit ourselves with reforms? It's selfish and, like, nationalistic.
Oh, I think saving the planet is probably worth harming the economies of developing nations. Especially since that's not the only binary we can take.
You think imperialism's justified for if it's for, what is it?
Wait, it's imperialism to cut down on our consumption of other...
It's imperialism to pillage other countries for ourselves.
We're not... What do you mean by pillaging? How are we pillaging?
Pillaging other countries for lithium? Yeah, that's pillaging.
Wait, why can't we just buy it from them?
Buying from them? We just staged a coup in their country for... We literally just staged a coup in their country. It's not going to be a fair deal.
Sure. So do you think AOC wants us to buy it from them? Or do you think AOC wants us to invade those countries and take the lithium?
we just staged a coup in their country. What do you think's gonna happen? That we're gonna get
Well,
it from them at a
first of
very
all, I
cheap
do
price because their nation is now
as a
docile
responsible
to
media
ours.
arbiter, I do have to remind everyone listening that there's no evidence the CIA actually staged a coup in Bolivia. As much as I personally do believe that's probably as much as I probably believe that's the case, there's not actually any evidence of that. And how do I harvest this without it destroying? Yeah, Argentina and Chile have cheaper lithium than Bolivia and Chile. Just punch it.
Okay.
I picked it up. Oh, I did pick it up. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so if we need a resource, like, why don't we just buy it from them?
What is it? What are Chile? What did you say? Chile and Argentina?
Yeah. It seems like South America just has a lot of lithium. I don't know. They rolled high in the civilization, resource map. Get the sand too?
Mm.
Okay. So yeah, why? So what was the point with the Green New Deal?
The Green New Deal. What is it? Tell them what is it? It's an imperial measure.
How? By needing resources, that's inherently imperialist?
By needing resources at the expense of the third world, yeah, that's imperialist.
How is it at the expense if we just buy it? That helps their economy, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we will require resource rights for these nations through coups and unfair deals.
Yeah, of course. Do you think AOC would disagree with that?
What is it? So wait, are you just saying AOC is an imperialist then?
No, you're saying that. I don't know how it's imperialist to try and have a climate change measure that involves us consuming more resources.
Through coups and unfair deals, you think we should just sacrifice these nations for the sake of that?
What are you going on about? No. Why don't we do what we normally do, which is just buy them from them? The age of primitive accumulation is over. You know, for the most part, the resources the country that we live in acquires are done through legal trade, right? Like, when America wants more lithium, we don't go like, all right, time to just bomb Latin America until we get what we want. Like, the whole point of neocolonialism is that we try to install fascist or neoliberal regimes in foreign countries that'll be amicable to us with trade deals. Yes, which we have done.
Exactly. So why should we take advantage of that?
So wait. So you're saying we should never buy something from developing nations?
We should never buy things from countries that we've overthrown and used like that. Yeah, I agree.
Well, wait. If you do that, you'll destroy their economy. Like, this is like an embargo. You're suggesting an embargo right now. This kills people.
Oh Lord. What is it?
No, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, you're talking about an embargo on these countries. So so we no longer take resources from them. But their economy depends on us consuming their resources. They would starve.
Wait a minute. So wait, you're saying imperialism's justified?
Why do you?
I'm hearing.
I would really like it if you could respond to the things I say rather than inventing a new, entirely separate set of things and responding to that.
No, I'm taking it point for point.
That's not point for. It's not. Wait. It's only point for point if you're actually going over points that have been mentioned and not inventing new ones.
Yeah, and AOC is conforming to the establishment.
Okay, so again, I know AOC is a capitalist. I really need to clarify.
No, wait, hold on. You mentioned AOC, so I'm responding to that. What is it? She's been conforming to the establishment recently.
Everyone
and thus
has.
she's
If they're
an
a politician. If you're a politician, you have to conform to the establishment. Otherwise, you're not a politician.
So do you think AOC would support the overthrow of nations for resources?
No. Why are you saying that?
You just said she'd conform to the establishment.
You can conform to the establishment without invading foreign. Why is everything so black and white to you? Wait. Why is everything so black and white to you? Like, you seem to fundamentally not understand how to impose nuance onto your political positions. So all I'm saying is the Green New Deal, if implemented, will require the accumulation of resources we can obtain legally through fair trade with countries that have been exploited by imperialism. However, in the current state of those countries, they rely on our consumption of their commodities, meaning this is something they would benefit from. Why don't we attempt to save the world via reducing our carbon emissions in a way which minimizes damage to the developing world by purchasing those goods that they need purchased on the free and open market, and then working with that? Why do you have to keep throwing in all these extremely hyperbolic claims of see, when imperialism, you think it's okay to exploit? Every alternative you've suggested would end up being worse for both parties.
Hmm. Wait a minute. I want to get back. I never got to finish what I was saying though. What is it about AOC? You said AOC was conforming to the establishment. What is it?
Yeah, I mean,
And so
she's a
and you have to conform
politician.
to the establishment to be a politician. What does the establishment in the United States do? I want you to tell me.
A lot of things. You don't need to lead the question. You can just tell me whatever conclusion you're trying to get me to admit to agreeing with.
All right. Well, the establishment in the United States has for like years now been overthrowing nations and coups and doing unfair trade deals. And you admit that AOC, what is it, folds to the establishment. So why should what is it?
Because she has made it less bad. Because the establishment would have kept doing those things no matter what. But now that she is there, she is doing more fair and less bad things.
So are you saying just because AOC is a god, everything is going to go like it won't? That won't happen.
Are you okay?
What?
I don't understand how any reasonable, intelligent person could interpret that from what I just said. So I'm asking you, are you okay? Are you having a stroke? That was a very strange thing to say. All I said was AOC's participation in the system is better than AOC not being in the system, because the system sucks either way, but AOC sucks slightly less. I have no idea how you got what you interpreted from that, from my statement.
I mean, I've like, what is it? Yeah, didn't AOC vote for the military budget?
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much everyone did. Is that disprove my point in any sense?
Exactly? She's conforming to the establishment and being just as much an imperialist as the rest of them.
So you think AOC is just as bad as every other politician?
I think AOC is one of the politicians, and we should treat her as such.
No, I do treat her like a politician. So again, do you think she's just as bad as the rest of the establishment?
What is it? You know what? Sure. Yeah, she's just as bad as the rest of them.
Oh, okay. Then I would just say you're probably delusional, and I don't know if I can, like, reach you with any of my arguments. If you actually believe that, then you're just not a rational agent. You're very emotional, though. You've got that one down on pat. You have very strong emotions when it comes to, like, political engagement. But this is what I mean. Like, you're not going to accept anything other than, like, a full-on radical, like, complete abolition of capitalism. So this is why you think reform is useless, because you're not, like, smart enough to discern the differences between, like, good and bad, unless the good is so good that it abolishes the predominant mode of commodity production on the planet. Like, that's the only... Your contrast settings are turned so high, that's the only thing that you can see. And everything before that, like, it's just, like, the same shade of gray to you.
Okay. That's fine. What is it?
That's not good. And other theorists, like Marx, didn't think that way.
Wait, hold on. What did Marx say about reform?
Marx and Lenin wrote extensively on the nuance of challenging capitalism through state work and through direct action, and the ways in which doing so can bring about benefits on the way towards an actual revolution.
Wait, can you show me that?
I've read all theory. Can you find me a passage from Capital that disproves what I just said? I'll wait. You can bring it up.
Well, Capital is not about reform.
Capital is about critiques of capitalism. So here's a quick question. If Capital is about critiquing capitalism, and the critiques are that capitalism is bad in myriad ways, would it not make sense that it is good to address some of the bad parts of capitalism? I.e., if capitalism bad because of blank critique, addressing blank critique would be good.
So wait a minute. Wait. Okay,
I'm asking you a yes or no question.
No. It's a very I'm gonna give you your answer. If in Capital Volume 3, for example, he talks about he talks about the falling rate of profits. We're going to use reform to bring up the falling rate of profits.
You just mentioned one. I notice your discomfort with the question I asked because you had to run to one of the most extreme and intrinsic elements of capitalism.
I know I'm doing exactly what you asked me to.
No, I asked you to find evidence. I asked you to find evidence of Marx not believing that there can't be changes made to systems within capitalism.
I mean, you're the one who said Marx believed this, so I mean, you made the claim.
Yeah, I've read all theory. Can you find something that disproves it?
You've read all theory.
You do realize your positions here are maddeningly, like, dumb, right? So here's an example, okay? One of the bad things about capitalism is that it brings about a difference in political power between the proletariat and the bourgeois. Do you not think that campaign finance reform, which would limit the extent to which wealthy
Why
people...
are you pivoting away from what you said about Marx and Lenin? I want you to show me the quote where they said it.
Wait, I already told you you have to find the quote. I'm directly illustrating the point.
You just brought it up to me, so aren't you the one like claiming it? So shouldn't you have to say it?
No, you should know all theory. If you wanted to defeat me in the free marketplace of ideas, you should have had this ready.
I should know all theory.
Yes.
Oh, okay, hold up. Let me just go to the like theory store real quick and buy a bunch of it.
You go to a store for your Marxist theory? That's right. I wouldn't... Yeah. That's all I need to say. Hold on. So, again, one of the... I'll rephrase it, because you're very fond of not answering my questions.
You're being incredibly dishonest here. You're just pivoting around because you don't know.
No, I'm asking you... Can I ask you a direct question that is essential to the point we are trying to get at? Okay?
I mean, shouldn't we answer the one that you just said, though, before?
No, because you don't have a quote from Capital to disprove my point.
I mean, but you straight up told me that Marx and Lenin, said that they believed in reform. I want you to prove that to me because I see a bunch of your fans saying that too. Where does Marx and Lenin talk about?
What do you think it means to believe in reform? What does that mean to you?
What is it? Believe in reform? The idea that you can reform capitalism.
Wait. Only an idiot would believe you can't reform capitalism. Marx's argument. Wait. You don't understand Marx. That's okay. I'll help you. Marx's argument wasn't that you can't reform capitalism. His argument was that reform cannot abolish capitalism. But there are differences between those things. For example, capitalism back in the mid-19th century was slavery. We had a slave state in the United States. This was capitalism. This was a mode of capitalist production. By abolishing slavery, we made the capitalist system we live within a little bit fairer, and thus, through reform, did manage to implement a positive change in the mode of capitalist production. Do you disagree with that?
Do I agree that the United States had some sort of slave state? Sure.
Wait. That's not what I asked you. Was abolishing slavery not an improvement to American capitalism?
I think it was an improvement to the material lives of people of color and anyone else who was a slave.
So I'm asking you specifically, do you think slavery and its abolition improved the material conditions of capitalism? Was this an improvement to capitalism?
Sure, that was an improvement to capitalism.
Okay, I agree. So, the abolition of slavery was a legal decision. Now, the Civil War was involved, but a world could have existed in which a war was not fought over slavery. In fact, slavery was abolished in the North without fighting, meaning that it was the legislative action of people who had been elected to their positions, which then, through legal reform, improved capitalism. Other countries did the same. England got rid of their slavery. They didn't have a war over it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can improve capitalism through reform, yes?
Okay, but I want you to you keep running around to different points of where the Marx and Lenin quotes come from. I'm literally gonna sit here and I'll keep asking you until you can show me where these Marx and Lenin quotes are.
I understand that you're trying to do that because you understand that not engaging with the argument is the only possible way you can save face here, but it's not going to work.
Save face? No,
Yes.
I don't need to save any face. I need you to show me where it is, because you're being quite dishonest.
How?
By just saying Marx and Lenin agreed with this and then running away from
Wait,
that.
do you think Marx would disagree with what I just said?
Do I think? I'm not sure. I want you to show me the quote where he would agree with it.
Wait, do you think Marx would disagree with what I just said?
What, that slavery changed American capitalism?
No, that the abolition of slavery was an improvement.
The abolition of slavery?
Yes.
I mean, sure, it changed American capitalism, yeah.
Wait, did it improve? Wait, you keep saying changed. Are you racist?
What?
Wait, you keep saying changed. I'm saying it improved capitalism. Do you think it was like a neutral change?
Like a neutral change?
Are you an alt-righter?
Okay, well, again, this was done when capitalism was in its ascendant phase, not its decadent stage.
Wait, are you an alt-righter? Did
Huh?
abolishing
What?
was abolishing slavery a good thing to
How
you?
am I an alt-righter? What?
Wait. Can you just answer questions when asked instead of posturing? Do you think
What am I?
abolishing slavery was a good thing?
Yes, I think abolishing slavery was a good
You
thing.
say that sarcastically, but you've walked around that for quite a while before finally committing to that position.
Are you? So wait, hold on. Just to like peek this out, you're accusing a person of color of not wanting to abolish slavery.
No, I'm asking you because you kept saying that the abolition of slavery changed capitalism rather than improving it.
Okay. It changed capitalism. Yes.
Did it
What?
improve? Wait, are you doing this on purpose, or are you too like thick to not understand what you're? It
I
it
don't see. Wait. So are you saying
improved.
capitalism wasn't changed at all from
It was
slavery being abolished?
changed, and it was also improved. Yes.
What is it?
Okay. Wait. This is a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Did
Sure. I'm gonna say
abolishing
these people were improved. The people's lives were improved, but
did
capitalism
abolishing
remains
slavery
relatively the same.
improve capitalism?
It improved their lives, but the system itself remained relatively the same.
Wait. So you think it's relatively the same, a system in which I could have owned you and your children, and a system in which I couldn't have? That to you is roughly the same.
Well, I mean, they paid.
Do you want to take? Do you want to take some time to think of a better way to weasel your way out of this?
Huh?
Do you want to think of a better way to weasel your way out of this? Like, do you need some time to think of like a duck so you can like avoid getting at this directly? Because you're like stumbling at a really early hurdle. This is like stumbling at the paint on the starting line. Like, it's obvious that the abolition of slavery improved capitalism because it destroyed one of the worst ways in which the bourgeois can damage the proletariat. Yes?
Yes, and I agree.
Okay, wonderful.
No, I agree.
So that was reform, improving capitalism.
Okay.
Okay. So my argument is that people like AOC are good to have in Congress because they are better than their contemporaries, and the way in which they argue for their positions generally brings about, while not an abolition of capitalism, still an improvement of our current conditions.
Hold up. I need you to repeat that. You broke up for me again.
No, I didn't. But I'll repeat it for
What?
you anyway. My argument is that
Okay.
people like AOC are good to have in Congress because they are better, or if you prefer, less harmful than her contemporaries would be.
So wait, do you think? Wait. So you think that what is it? Slavery doesn't exist in the United States anymore?
Chattel slavery does not exist in the United States anymore,
So
as it existed.
have you actually bothered to read the 13th Amendment?
I am perfectly aware of what we do right now to prisoners. This is better than what we used to do to you. I notice you sidestepped this again. So you think the abolition of slavery did nothing for slaves in the United States? Would you like to reinstate? If it's if it's all the same, yes, who aren't slaves, a slight improvement on their current or their previous condition.
Okay, this is a very like mediocre, minuscule like.
Oh wait! If you want, I can like DM you my address, and we can get you a caller. I mean, if it doesn't matter that much to you whether or not slavery exists.
Really
No, that's okay. If you don't really mind that much whether or not chattel slavery exists in the United States, I say you should live by your principles, my dude. You can head on over here. It's cool. I've got a long-standing family history of being white, okay? Maybe we could return back to our roots. I mean, it doesn't matter. Capitalism existed in 1850. Capitalism exists today. What's the difference, right?
Oh, I don't know. Okay, well,
I do consider you racist, just so you know. The blatant disregard that you feel for like the lives and the well-being of like people of color, it's insane to me. Like the fact that you could so severely minimize the improvements that have been made, it's actually like disgusting. I hope you don't consider yourself a socialist. I hope this was just like a devil's advocate thing for you. Because no socialist worth their salt would ever disregard improvements made to the lives of the workers so substantially.
Okay. Well, basically, shout out to Vi Goof and TV's Judge Joe Brown. Later, I have to go eat dinner.
All right, have a good one.
You too, Vosh.
Anyone who thinks I was being mean to that piece of shit can stuff it. Holy fuck, that guy was insufferable. Literally, like, can't even admit abolishing slavery is a good thing. Jesus Christ. I can't believe these people, dude. They're so... This is what I mean by, like, the Chapo brain. Like, they're so committed. They're so committed to never acknowledging the possibility that reform can be valid that they will deny, like, the most obvious historical reality imaginable. Bosch has gotten good at controlling his tone while heated, only if you count, like, joking about enslaving a black guy while mad as not being heated. I thought that was funny. I don't care. Oh, I've read the stuff from Marx in the Future reference on reform, yeah. I sound like an enlightened centrist? No, I don't, Libraven. Believing that abolishing slavery was a good thing is not enlightened centrism. Abolishing slavery wasn't reform, it took a literal civil war. Countries all across the world abolished slavery without a civil war. The North abolished slavery without a civil war. Just because one particular group of slavers had to have a war brought against them to end slavery doesn't mean that it's not reform. It is reform. Abolishing slavery doesn't end capitalism. The tangent about Marx and Lenin was kind of cringe, though. No, it wasn't. Marx literally sent a letter to Abraham Lincoln thanking him after the slaves were freed. Anybody who thinks Marx and Lenin didn't believe reform could do anything is an idiot who has never actually read anything they've written. Did he? Yeah, he did. Yes. Because Marx wasn't an idiot, and he recognized improving the lives of workers was still valid even if capitalism still exists. What idiot? What idiot wouldn't believe that? Like, who would ever, who in their right mind, like, guys, you know Marx was smart, right? He wasn't, like, stupid. So yeah, of course he believed that. Are you gonna clip this and post this on YouTube? What would the point be? Nobody learned anything. Why didn't you bring up the letter when TA asked you for evidence? Because no evidence would have been good enough. Are you kidding me? That guy was operating in bad faith. You actually think I'm going to get into, like, a citation war with somebody who isn't providing any arguments on his own? Was Marx an anti-Semite? Yeah. Yeah, Comrade Yamada, that's what I've argued, yeah. Parliamentary politics bring about class consciousness, which we then use for a revolution. My positions on that are like Lenin's. But people will call me a radlib for it anyway, because they're stupid. They care more about the aesthetics of leftism than they do actually implementing it, because they don't give a fuck about workers in this country. We need sand. Marx was a little anti-Semitic, I think. I think he had, like, a Jewish family or something that he had a bad relationship with. The abolition of slavery is supported by capitalists, though. Not Southern capitalists at the time. Nope. Also, it doesn't matter if it's supported by capitalists. Guys, I can't believe I have to say this, but we don't support socialism because it upsets capitalists. We support socialism because it makes workers' lives better. If abolishing capitalism ended up making capitalists happy, it would still be a good thing. What is this argument? Like, well, slavery didn't make capitalists angry. Like, okay. Wouldn't it have been better to try and give him the citation so he would deny it? It would probably make you look better. I didn't remember it at the time. Jesus Christ, you people are so, skeptical. What the fuck is a radlib anyway? A radlib is a leftist who doesn't believe that, the workers are too stupid to, rule themselves. People were linking the citation in chat. Oh, wait, are we seriously at the point now in my debate career where I talk to some rando while playing Minecraft and people are like, you could have done that better. Here are citations you could have thrown at him. Come on. Can I live? Wouldn't capitalists supporting it mean it was a good reform of capitalism? No. No, intersectionality exists. It's more complicated than that. What if the abolition of slavery is a step against capitalism, but it's still supported by some capitalists because those capitalists just have a conscience and don't like hurting black people? Well, Rain, I have read the letter to Lincoln. I have not seen Ollie's new video. Okay, we have enough sand. Alright, where is the... Oh, it's down here. Nobody ever said that yet, yo. What's my take on Lenin in general? Lenin was a very, very smart guy, but he's like Destiny. He's black-pilled on democracy, okay? Listen, that's the main... Lenin contributed a lot to the mythos, okay? I respect Lenin for a lot of his contributions, but like Destiny, he's white. True. All right. Who was that motherfucker in chat who kept shit-talking me? Who? Who? I want to know. There was somebody in here. Their name was just a string of characters. It wasn't no. It was someone in particular. They kept shit-talking me. They were siding with TA. Who? Who among you? They had like an L in there. It's a smart idea. Just have a gibberish name so I don't remember it. I know you're still here. They were a white name. What about Daddy Trotsky, though? I don't know much about Trotsky, to be perfectly honest. He seems like I don't really know, to be honest. Wait. Oh, right, you have to make it into glass. Obviously, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, very true, Wesley Allens Williams. But fundamentally, from within, like, the prospects, like, globally, it was reform. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, it was Suggs Good. Happens when RC pulls a comment by a green student. You know what? We should do donations. I agree completely. We should do donations. I completely agree. Let's do them, baby. How do we have 2,000 people watching? Do we just want to do a call-in day? Do we just want to argue with people? Is that what we're doing today? Hold on. There was a TERF who emailed me earlier today. It's Minecraft, so it's fine. There was a TERF who emailed me earlier today. Let me see if they got back to me. Oh. No, they're not coming on right now. This person is crazy, but there'll be a fun talk. Is it J.K. Rowling? Nope, just a J.K. Rowling fan. All right, let me go over them. Yeah, no J.K. Rowling debate today. All right, we're gonna go over these nice and quick, okay? Mythaldu, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Moist Mama, I'll have a moist day. Kerma with a tier 1 sub. White Name Genocide, very true. And Hostelboy with $5. Chat Orgy. L Vegan with a tier 2 sub. Thank you. Veganism is better than the alternative. I agree. Non-vegans are pretty cringe, but not as cringe as vegans. Charlemagne, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. And Non Chianto, fuck the police. Very true, Freakadelic. What is this? Yeah, maybe Hyena. We can do that. But not yet. On my call. Let's do donuts first. Counterpoints of the $5. Roman urban cohorts and English police existed long before slave patrols, like fuckloads longer, still defended vested interest. Well, I'm sorry, you're right. My apologies. American police. That is correct. There are predecessors to police as a concept before the slave patrols around the world. You're right. I was being America-centric there. Charlemagne with the tier 2 sub, thank you. I'm really glad to hear you're on our side now, the Suicidal Bird. Happy to help, I guess. Radical Combat with tier 2 sub, thank you. And Ivy with tier 1 sub, I might defeat the Ender Dragon this stream, but honestly, I'm just having fun talking to chat. Nakianto with tier 1 sub gifted, thank you. Hey Vosh, rate my waifu Ayaka Kishibe. Also trans rights, A Cabin Abolish the Police. Spadumin, thank you for the $10. Ayaka Kishibe. There you Kashiba. It's like an idle game? Okay, listen. I'm going to be real for you guys, okay? Are you ready for my harshest take yet? Idle games are for degenerates. Lowest tier of anime. With that being said, cute design. Cute design. Big boobies are holding up the sweater. Yeah, no, it's cute. I like the little earrings. Cute. That's cute. Yeah. Huge head. Well, yeah, sure, but that's probably the art style. I doubt this character was born with a this character at age 2, Kyla Ayaka was diagnosed with giant watermelon head syndrome or some shit like that, you know? I'm not. It's probably just an art style thing. No problem, punk rock pragmatism. Doing a response to your defund police vid, even if it's criticism, it's mostly love. Oh, counterpoints. Oh, counterpoints. You're gonna fucking target me, aren't you? Hey, listen. Bring it on. I love you, buddy. Jake Calinetta with $5 following your in-chat recommendation. Binge through all of Avatar and I loved it. I've become a simp for Suki, though I wish she had more screen time. Yeah, Suki did not get that much screen time. I feel like Suki was the closest character to being a main character without being a main character. You hear about the incel who blew his hand off? No. Blew his hand off with a bomb, possibly planned for an attack on quote-unquote hot cheerleaders. Jesus. Well, that's the problem with virgins. They blow their load too early. You see this funny shit? What is this? What is this?
I've been talking about this for many years, and the events over the past week have been the tipping point. I can no longer, in good conscience, support gaming companies who hate my kind and want to see me dead. I will never buy another gaming console ever again. Why the fuck would I give money to anti-white pieces of shit who want me dead?
True!
It's done. I'm 37 years old. I've been gaming, supporting the gaming companies for as long as I can remember. Why the fuck would I ever give you a single cent when you are pushing false narratives and rallying in support of violent, rioting looters, disguising themselves as a legitimate political
I gotta
movement?
pee. Crazy Nazi dude, take the
No. These are thugs. These are cretins. I am fucking done. And you can see I've supported this cancerous soy passive hobby my whole fucking life. Now I don't have my little bit of fun, just a little bit of fun. You all gotta be anti-white and proclaim your hatred of my people. I am fucking done. You guys can go fuck yourselves.
Alright. I didn't miss too much. Felt like I kind of got the gist of what that guy was saying. What a memer. What a memer, what a creamer. You know how it is, baby. And you meme and you cream. True, Jackie Dang, we need them heroes. The Lord yeeteth and the Lord yoinketh away. John Mayer 98, thank you so goddamn much for the $20. I really, really appreciate that. Joe Netzel with the $2. So Neighborhood Watch is the replacement? Nah, Neighborhood Watch is racist as fuck. No, community policing is not Neighborhood Watch. Kyle Kalinske is abandoning Bernie or bust. Yeah, all it took was Trump, like, basically declaring himself the fascist autarch of this country for him to maybe consider the possibility that Biden's not as bad.
Changed, and being totally honest with you guys, walking you through my thought process, now I'm 50-50 as to whether or not I vote for him. And the reason I say that is, it actually may be the case that the stakes are, this guy is against the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and wants to effectively eliminate it by deploying the U.S. military on U.S.
He's been anti-free speech for the entirety of his presidency. Holy shit. Tightening up of libel laws. We need to deport people or revoke the citizenship of people who burn the flag. Holy fucking God. Crystal Ball's also retracting on our Bernie or bust stuff. Yeah, you know why? You know why? Because these people are weaselly little fucking grifters who wrote it while it was still popular, and now that it's not, now that people are actually starting to wake up to the fact that Trump is worse than Biden, they're going to slither on back into the DNC's fucking lap so they can attempt to try and be relevant for the next decade. Because they have no fucking principles other than that which they can believe they can extract the most donations and popularity from immediately. They're grifting little pieces of shit. And pardon me for being a little bit spiteful, considering how much heat I have gotten for supporting Biden from day one after Bernie dropped out. It's a little frustrating for me when these apparently like divinely wise political interlocutors who have their fingers on the pulse of the American political system took months to arrive at a conclusion that was obvious to me from day one. Just maybe makes me feel a little bit salty, especially considering these people have media apparatuses and connections that would dwarf anything I am capable of getting. These people literally have connections to moguls, and I am a YouTuber. But hey, no, I'm sure it was a totally sincere change in opinion that brought about their derision. Or maybe they really are just that dumb. Maybe that's totally possible too. Maybe they really are just that dumb and they just ride the wave of public opinion. Like, they don't actually have like strong political principles. They just see like what's really popular on Twitter today, and then they just kind of follow whatever that is, you know? So now that American Democrat lefties are waking up a little bit to the possibility that, holy shit, maybe Trump actually is a fascist, and they're tweeting about it, Kyle wakes up one day, he's like, oh shit, you're right, wow. Sure, riding the wave, baby. Riding the wave, baby. Fuck me. Okay, we're getting too mad. Somebody Discord DM'd me asking to talk about gender. How contentious will it be? Sandy Blue, thank you. I am feeling handsome today. Very much appreciate that. And duly noted, Breaded Hussar, The End of Policing is a good book. It sounds like a good book. I like it. Karen Borisenko seems like she's down to debate you, but she said it in a very weird and cringy way. No. I saw that. She said like, we already did this on Twitter. She said like, email me to prove you're worthy of debating me or some crap like that. Like, no, she doesn't want to talk. She even admitted it in a tweet. She said, well, I didn't really want to talk. I just wanted to see him try. In the end, Mike Spam really was right. Ha! Mike Spam. Ah, dude, I had such a beef with Mike Spam back in the day. And Seth. That's an old meme. That's like years old meme. Iskandar Seren, I do want to play Metroid Prime sometime. Very good games. I'll get my totally legit GameCube hooked up, you know? I do not have any suggestions, Dirty Banana. Stay safe. Maybe Ajax. Thank you, comrade. Hello, Ajax, new stream celebrity. Nglod33 with the incredibly generous $50 donation. You should check out some political TikToks, especially this guy. A gold mine of new content. Maybe. Oh, this guy. I've seen this guy. 1350, baby.
Or 1352 is saying that 13% of the population is black and they commit 50 or 52% of all murders. Not only is that not true, it's just a dumb thing to say because everybody knows that men commit the most crimes. So obviously it's not all black people. It shouldn't be 13%. You're probably going to say something like 7% because half of them are men. Then obviously 5-year-olds and 90-year-olds don't commit a lot of crime.
No,
so
he's doing the other way.
Percentage, something like men 15 to 35 commit the most crime. If you say 1350 or 1352, you're not anti-crime. You're anti-black people. In 2016, 48% of murders were done by white men, 47% by black. Tied in 2017, 46% white men, 48% black men in 2018. If you magically cured the black community of male weakness, in 2016, white men would have committed 90% of murder. 2017, 89%. 2018, 88%. Pointing out how much crime black people commit doesn't make you anti-crime, it just makes you anti-black people. Anyone who promotes...
Was that a J-Reg video? Was it? Was that a skit? Wait,
What's
what?
the numbers 1350 or 13?
This guy's 1/3 of a million followers. He posts a lot. But his videos only get a few thousand views? I don't really know how TikTok works. Part 2? No, that was... I'm still confused from the first one. No part 2. No part 2. No part 2. My head already hurts, okay? Nolan Stauffer with a very generous $10. Thank you, comrade. And Sake with the $10. Hit me with a YouTube link. My favorite thing to get from donos.
Tchaikovsky, cannons are not instruments.
Yes, they are, and I'm going to use 21 of them.
Tchaikovsky, no.
Tchaikovsky, yes. Tchaikovsky, always yes.
Okay. Exactly, Didova. If you want to challenge me from the left, from now on, you have to have also read every piece of theory. Every piece of theory, like I have. Done with this. Very nice, Dr. Depression. Very, very, very nice. Triggered boomers sped past us, got cucked by the red light camera. Very good. The only time they've ever been useful. All right, I know I have more donos to go over right now, but I'm going to hold off on that for just a little bit to play some more Minecrafto. And also to respond to whoever dipshit fucking messaged me. All right, let's do it. I'm calling. No warning. Nobody gets warnings anymore. Missed my dono? I haven't done all the donos yet. All right, left brain egg. Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How about you?
I'm pretty good. So I just want to apologize in advance. I've got some pretty bad anxiety, so this is kind of like public.
Oh, that's
But,
okay.
I'm looking.
Your anxiety actually isn't the operative issue right now. Your internet seems to be cutting out a little bit.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Well, it sounds
That's
maybe
my
a
bad.
little
I
better
have
now. Are you on a
Sprint.
phone or a computer?
Yeah, I'm on a phone. So my family's pretty loud, so I'm in my car right now,
Oh, well, howdy.
and I'm on a Sprint LTE, so it's pretty bad.
Gotcha. Well, I can hear you just fine right now. Hit it up.
Okay, awesome. All right, so I've been watching your videos for I want to say about a month right now, and just as a side note, you're doing an awesome job. I was headed down a pretty ANCAPy lane, and you gave me some pretty bad whiplash to the left. Keep it all. Curious about some questions regarding gender theory and transgenders in general. So just to clarify, your definition of gender would be the behaviors and attributes, or I guess you could call it like the culture associated, at least currently, what is assigned to each sex as a role they have in society.
Yeah, so there are two things. There's gender expression and there's gender identity. Fundamentally, gender like broadly refers to the socially determined or socially oriented characteristics that are associated with one's sex. Fuck, what was the first thing I was saying? Sorry, my brain's farting right now. Gender presentation. Gender presentation is about sort of meeting those expectations or about defying them. It's about your relationship to those expectations. Whereas gender identity is like you're like privately, internally, like how you choose to identify, which is usually a reflection of the way in which you want to be treated and the way in which you relate to those expectations.
Okay. I think that might actually begin to answer the question I had. So I actually have a personal anecdote for this. My ex-girlfriend transitioned to, I think, a guy their preferred gender identity is, but it's either a non-binary or a man.
Mhm.
But the point being, I ended up catching up with them at some point a few months ago. And they were talking about how they choose not to dress up as how a traditional man would. So they don't try to grow a beard or haircut or anything like that. Content with how they feel as a man, just internally. And that was basically what I wanted to ask you about. It always was how you actually behave. And so it confused me the roles and what a man was. I know it sounds a bit traditional, but I think you're cutting out.
No, I am not cutting out. But no, I can, sorry, no, I'm joking. You are cutting out massively. But thankfully, my high IQ has allowed me to figuring out what you were saying. So can you hear me decently right now?
Yeah, your audio is actually pretty clear.
Okay, yeah. I should hope so with all the fucking internet apparatus I am currently hooked up to. But with, yes, with regards to that, so it should be noted that I'm a gender abolitionist. I think that gender is largely arbitrary. I don't think there's like a inherent like biological mechanism for gender, and I don't think there's any societal worth in preserving gender as a concept. Obviously, it means a lot to many people right now, so I'm not saying we just snap at our fingers and get rid of it. More like, generally speaking, I guess I don't see the purpose it serves. So, oh, I never even noticed this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, this is actually... Wait, I can use this. I'll just use this. So basically, like you said, I'll just go by they, them with your ex-partner. So you said they don't want to like dress super mask or wear a beard or anything, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm sure you've known people, I don't know how old you are or what your life experience is, but I'm sure you've known people who are cisgender who don't really adhere traditionally to the like gender norms that you're familiar with. Like they're like a guy who like dresses real femme-like, that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, and I actually, after looking a bit more into gender theory, or at least what you had talked about, that would have also fallen in line with the question I had, which was based off of this definition. Shouldn't they be part of an in-between gender or a different gender?
It just depends on, if they're non-binary, then pretty much, yeah. But it depends on how they identify. My argument is that there actually is not an intrinsic relationship between gender presentation and one's gender identity. Like, for example, if a guy cross-dresses, is that guy, like, a girl for the duration of the cross-dressing? You know what I mean? Like, because there are some cross-dressers who are really convincing, depending on what kind of bars you go to. You've probably seen a few of them, who go on up there, and they look just like women, I guess, or like cis women. And, But during that time, even if we may refer to them as she, I don't know if you know this, but traditionally you refer to drag queens as she when they're performing, even if they identify as guys. But they're still men, if they identify as men, fundamentally, and many of them take the wig and the makeup off, and then they go back to looking like pretty masculine guys, honestly. So my argument is that the internal identity and the outward presentation are only correlatively linked. There's no actual determinate intrinsic relationship between the two.
Okay. Could you give me, well, actually, you already did. I was going to ask, that seems to, at least to me, understand a little bit more about why you might be a gender abolitionist, because it seems like what you were saying, a lot of these are very arbitrary and seem kind of useless to keep around. And this is actually something I've been considering as well. I don't think that I can call myself informed enough to come to a what's the word, keep my integrity and come to a conclusion just yet, but I think gender abolition is something that I would look into for the reason that you mentioned, basically. Yeah, that's actually very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. And Pog to you as well. No, I agree. I don't think there's anything wrong with like for instance, I'm a pretty masculine dude myself, or at least I've been told I am. I assume I am. And for me, it's something that I like. I enjoy presenting the way that I do. But I think, like, do I enjoy presenting the way that I do because this is truly, genuinely a reflection of my desires? Or is it because I'm happy that I can conveniently fit within society's expectations of how I should act, while also looking a way I'm comfortable with? If there weren't those expectations, it's entirely possible I would enjoy looking or acting a different way, but I would never know because my understanding of myself is colored by what other people have expected I be. I just want people to be able to, I guess, in some sort of radically liberal sense, live out their lives in whatever way they want without living as slaves to preconditions that are associated with like the genitalia they were born with, you know?
Right. Yeah, it seems like there's almost a bit of irony when you get to the extreme of gender abolitionism, in that it kind of becomes kind of like what the conservatives initially say, which is that sex is all that matters. At that point, if you don't, then sex would be the only defining feature of male or female, or just separating about halfway human beings.
Yeah, that would be like the gender essentialist perspective, I guess, that'd probably be that. Which is, funnily enough, what J.K. Rowling was just tweeting out about. So, you know, it's a pretty common position. I think a lot of people are just really, how do I say this without sounding really condescending? Because I'm not trying to be. I think some people are really uncomfortable exploring their identities in a radically free way, so they take solace in the alignment of their appearances and behavior with social expectation. That the strongest people, and this is just my opinion, that the strongest people can find ways to carve out comfortable identities in the absence of social expectation, whereas some people's comfort can come only from adhering to what they've been told is just, or legitimate, or traditional.
Yeah, and I could even
I couldn't agree more.
As someone who the most there an implicit feeling of crap, I need to step up my game a little bit more. I also had another question. This is kind of like a, I guess, creative thought conversation starter, but trending line with different kinds of revolutions and it's people more and more are wanting what could be abstracted as collective ownership of affectation effects. Start with the state affects us, so we want a state that started a republic, and now people are saying, you know, my boss affects me, the business I work at affects me, so now I want collective ownership of that business. And I was curious, is that, I mean, go progression. I'm not a historian, but probably back in the days of monarchs, people couldn't even fathom the ideas that businesses, that private property could be something that needed to be controlled because they weren't harming anybody and they couldn't see them as being harmful. And I didn't give rise to anything else that would grow to be too big.
Well, democracies only really arise in the I guess, with the existence or potential of hierarchy. The concept of a democracy probably wouldn't have really been very relevant back in our tribal days, for example, because back during that point in time, the commonplace, the commons, were so meaningfully and so collectively. Wait, what? Why am I throwing them? Oh my God. Okay, wait. They're all individual. Sorry, just Minecraft nonsense. I thought they would stack. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at is that I think that when we ask for things like worker cooperatives, what we're trying to return to is the commons. Because back in our tribal days, and back, in fact, during medieval villages, that kind of time, back during those points in time, the relationships that people had to their work was very meaningful. If you were in a tribe and you were like the Fletcher or the leather worker, that was your shit. You owned that, you know, that was yours, and people relied on you for that. It was meaningful to them, and it was meaningful to you as well. But nowadays, everyone just kind of shuffles around, and like, you have this job, you work like a cashier, and you know, then you bounce around, and maybe you get work here as a manager, and then you do this and that, and it doesn't give people, I think, the same meaningful relation. It's what we call alienation. And I think that worker cooperatives are a positive step towards that. I'm sorry, I don't know if that's a direct answer to what you asked.
No, I think you're. I understand what you were getting at. Yeah, and I can't remember if this was you that said this. I heard this the other day from somebody. He was talking about how the advancements in technology can give rise to new kinds of politics that we'd never before been able to conceive of. Was that you? Or
Yes,
maybe you said that.
I am
Okay, that
of
was
I
you.
am certainly of that opinion.
Yeah, and I was curious if that was something that could have caused a new progression. And actually, I think that would be true of socialism as well. I seen the show or heard of the TV show Upload. It's a fairly new show.
I'm afraid I have not.
So it's basically about, it takes place in 2033, and it's basically about people being able to upload themselves into a computer and have a virtual afterlife where they live for eternity. But of course, it's capitalized on, and so you have to pay monthly for the subscription. And there's like, like a 2 gig tier where like you can only do certain things, think certain things a certain amount of times a month before you run out of data. And
Yeah, I've seen
it's
this
actually
Black Mirror episode.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a fairly good commentary on capitalism. There's only one season out, but that is one of the things where, at that point, I don't think there's an excuse for even someone like Jeff Bezos to be trying to capitalize on that, because at that point you have pretty much infinite land, infinite resources, at least in the computers. If you were to upload yourself into the computer,
Mhm.
all that's required is the ability to program, and I don't think that that takes too much of a skill set. At least it's not something that couldn't be learned by a lot of people. So that's something that I'm actually vouching on happening. Hopefully late this century, early next century. I think that would be a huge step toward a crazy step to the left.
The absence of commodity scarcity.
Yeah, basically, and we would still
Well, we already
have the
have this.
problem of
We already have this problem, though. This has been. Oh, god damn it! Not this first. This first. This has already been an issue with like tech companies that tech like for like you can buy a game, but then like there's day one DLC where you buy a game with content on the disc or I guess in the file, and then but portions of it are locked off unless you're willing to pay more money. Or you'll pay money with microtransactions. You pay money for things that don't actually, exist. The balance of power in those games, in the freemium type games, is damaged by the existence of these monetization models. They only exist to, bring about like a greater profit margin. But it's something that is fundamentally like the commodification of nothing. Like you're literally paying for nothing, you know?
yeah. Yeah, and one of the reasons I think that this would be slightly different, and again, I say there would still be issues, I think, at first, because not everybody's going to want to upload themselves, at least not before dying. But I think if we ever were to have a world where, for instance, if we never fixed climate change, or our physical world became uninhabitable, and we all had to upload ourselves into this system, I think that would solve a good bit of the problems, because I think one of the reasons, well, I mean, this is the reason why games and technological products, like you said, are monetized, is because they'll ultimately need or want money in the world. And that's because there are physical things that are still limited. So, I mean, this is a weird example, but fruit or whatever you want to buy.
Mhm.
But when you're completely in a virtual world where there is unlimited supply, then there's no need for anyone to have any kind of at all. You just, talk to someone who knows how to do it, and there you go, it's done. And I would hope that we could teach people to
Hello?
program for themselves. Very hypothetical. Nice to think.
Yeah. I have good news and I have bad news.
All right.
The good news is that I've definitely enjoyed talking to you, and I agree, and post-scarcity politics is kind of like the cornerstone of post-leftist economic theory. The bad news is that at this point, your cutting out is getting to the point where I'm no longer capable of understanding you.
Okay. All right.
Do you think we could
well, I
call it for
think-
now and maybe revisit later?
Yeah. Good news on my side is that was about all I wanted to talk to you about. So
Hey, I really
I
appreciate
think
you
we
coming
can
on,
wrap it up.
man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for answering my questions.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming on and asking them. Really appreciate that. You have yourself a good one, okay?
You too.
All right.
Bye.
Be well. We got some funky music in that one. Oh, it's pretty close. Funky music. Oh, wait. We've got another contender. The Nothing of Me. Did you want to talk? What did you want to talk about? Critique of calling Nazis mentally ill. I feel like I know how this would go. What does Jake Bees want to talk about? I'd like to discuss vanguardism with you. We gotta curtail the economics. Hold on, wait. We gotta finish the donos. My goodness, you people. Thank you, Greenstacks. The $5. Cats are doing wonderfully. Agree to Shobi. Better liberal rhetoric than fascist rhetoric. True gay frog. Could you talk about the new way forward act/bill? My mom sent me this xenophobic propaganda. I don't know enough about it to comfortably make any commentary on it, but if Tucker Carlson is defending it, you know it's bad. The I have read all theory bit is so fucking funny. Well, it's true, 8D5D2D, Derek. It's true. What are your views on free software? That's good. Why are theory guys so often moral idiots? Because they're Bible thumpers. Because having like some divine text that you can refer to without having actually ever read it is like an easy way for simpletons to avoid having to reflect on their beliefs. It's that simple. And I'm sure that legitimately Marx and Lenin would have been fucking disgusted with the way these people try to wield that authority without actually invoking their ideas. Milo with the $5. What's a good argument to say to people defending the capitalists because some of them had to work to get the ownership of the means of production? Yeah, and some slave owners had to work real hard to buy the slaves. I don't really give a fuck. I don't care how hard a person has to work to be in a leading position in an unethical system. Like, oh, well, the evil warlord worked really hard to conquer those territories and assemble his orcish army. Like, okay, it's all right. Sake with the $20. Thank you, man. What happens when HRC pulls a Kylo on Biden at the convention and then reinstitutes slavery for all Bernie supporters from 2016 on to build her a giant statue? Well, good thing I've been working out lately so I can fulfill my stone moving quota faster and get right back to my video games after I'm done the 18-hour HRC statue shift. Maybe you should do it again, Scrum. Good luck, take care of your bike lock, and have fun at the protest, comrade. How hard is it to say slavery is bad? I don't know, Mischievous Dango. What are your thoughts on Anarchata? Don't know anything about it, Bob. Dark Samus with the $10. Vosh, I was having a convo with a fan about anarchism. We kept on getting held up in the idea that workers wouldn't work without compensation. How do I counter that point? You can't. It's capitalist realism. Capitalists cannot fathom the idea of people working without being monetarily incentivized. It's like unimaginable. What's that term? People can more easily imagine the end of the world than they can imagine like the death of capitalism. It's literally the case. That's why I don't ever argue in favor of anarchism in serious debates. I argue for market socialism. It's close enough to the mentality of the people today that I can move them there, and then eventually, like, you push past that. That is a tough hurdle. Lasemia with a 1312. How do I open the browser console chat? I have no idea what that means, Lysemia, but I'm sure somebody in chat can help. I love you. Sorry. Shackley with $5. I will probably not be playing Hightail just to spite Xanderhall. I have never heard of it before and would not have heard of it without Xanderhall. Afternoon tea with Mr. B with the $10. What do you think happens if/when Trump loses the election? He'll deny the legitimacy of the election results and probably posture about not leaving office, but then he will. That's what I think is going to happen. That's my guarantee. That's my guess. Rim Job Steve. Rate Mordred Pendragon? Ugh. You know what the only thing worse than idle shit is? Fate Zero. Fate Zero is the war. I see so much shit on Fate Zero online, and all of it makes me cringe. Why? It's everywhere. I always see these ads. It's all the ads are the same. They're all the same fucking, the same Fate or Fate Zero. It's all the same. Fate, they're all the 3D, highly over-edited, highly processed, computer, digital, fucking anime, swoosh shot, woo, but bah. That's all, it's all of them. Also, which one of these is Mordred Pendragon? Is this all Mordred Pendragon? Does she just wear armor but also wear like a fucking tube top? Is this Mordred? I mean, I rate her titties out of 10. It's my confirmed answer. Johnny Ricks, Poland is fucked. Good luck. Better come over here to America, baby. Just show it with the $10. Capitalism was not improved by the abolition of slavery because it removed free labor from the capitalist system. It was an improvement of socialism since capitalism is about maximizing profit. Okay, when I said improved capitalism through the abolition of slavery, I mean that the system of capitalism was made better, like it was made less harmful via the abolition of slavery. That's like a semantic trick. You can't say like, well, actually, capitalism was made worse because it was less capitalist. Like, I might chat with. Yeah, I'm totally down to chat with Paul's Ego and Black Hollow Ghoul, but I'll have to give it some time. All Heart with the tier 4 sub. Thank you, comrade. Notice me, senpai. Consider yourself noticed and enjoy the yellow name, comrade. Really, really appreciate that. Oh, we're almost caught up. How lovely. Sad Boy Socialist. I might get a Fooly Cooly or Evangelion tattoo someday. That would be fun. Liberation. There's no such thing as no politics. If an online community says no politics, what it actually means is no politics outside the currently accepted norm, which means they default towards establishment politics. Poopy Bennett is live on Liberty Hangout. Duly noted, Ryan Anderson. Very true, Somniostatic. Nigel Farage, the £5. I'll debate you on Boris and the Puffin question anytime, any place, anywhere. Be there or be square. I'll come over to England. Okay, we'll have ourselves a tussle. Okay? We'll do it. Guys, I think it's time to confront the Ender Dragon. We have fully upgraded diamond armor. We're gonna have potions of regeneration. And I'm making potions of swiftness as well. I think it's finally time. Rain, I love you. You always email and ask for a refund. Miss Foster in the first donation about rating Ayaka. Please rate my other waifu, Oriana from League of Legends. Robot Teddy's are top tier. Oriana, dude, Oriana is like a personality-less, like, servile droid that was made by her dad. I don't know about that one. Wasn't Oriana like 16 when she died? Isn't Oriana's personality like young or something? What the fuck? Mouse, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? This might very well be the work of an enemy stand. Very, very true, comrade. Very, very true. See, seriously, thank you. That is incredibly kind of you. Jesus. All right, who's up next? Who are we doing next? Oh, God. Who are we? Oh. Who is this person? Here's somebody from the Caribbean. We have super conservative views on gender roles and sexuality. Sure, good faith actor, I'm calling you. Why not? Caribbean? I don't think I've called someone from the Caribbean before. No, it's gonna be weird. I'll tell fucking foreign people they're reactionary. We'll test it out. Alright. Motherfucker. Okay, wait. I just want to do the speed potion. Dun 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 dun. Toss a coin to your stream. Ma! How's everyone doing today? We sure are over preparing for this end dragon fight. Blah, 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 blah. Killing in the name of... Uh-oh, they're not responding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe we'll get back to them. Killing in the name of... Killing in the name of... Oh, we got a lot of people messaging me. Oh! Here's somebody saying they're a fan of Actual Justice Warrior. Absolutely. Give me the conservative arguments. Give me the conservatives! Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Ah! You know how it is. They're calling Vosh racist on Instagram now? Wait, who is? Wait, is somebody calling me racist on Insta? I love it when people call me racist on Insta. Terraria after Minecraft? Maybe.
Yo.
Howdy.
Hello. Hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing great 24/7. How about you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, wait, did you read the DM or did you call me? Because I was in the,
I read the DM. I just called because,
okay, you did.
Yeah, sometimes people bounce around the Discord. I don't know why. But yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so, I'd like to, I did watch a debate with, AJW, and, honestly, I think I kind of blew him out, if I'm being, but I also think I can address some of the arguments you made in favor of socialism.
Yeah, for sure. I love socialism. I'll defend it.
Yeah, I assume. So, basically, what you are saying is socialism would be a more moral system because the workers extract more value from what labor they produce.
Yeah, essentially, like,
that's accurate?
I like democracy. I want democracy in the workplace. We spend a lot of our day in the workplace. It's a pretty important factor in our lives. The fact that it's completely autocratic just does not sit well with me.
So honestly, I don't really have anything against worker co-ops, but I do have something against the concept of capitalism being like a worse system, because I don't think market socialism would be as big of a change as people think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. Keep in mind that I do advocate for it as the first step in a more radical procession of changes, but I would defend market socialism as the first and most immediate step.
Okay, I can't get with all that. I'm like a gang. I'm a gang.
No. Just debating market socialism is totally fine. We don't have to go any further.
All right, that's cool. Yeah. So, my thing is I don't see market socialism as much more than is like capitalism, but you get to vote on certain policies. Like, I understand you would probably get paid more under market socialism, like the average worker. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, it seems like market social or co-op workers tend to be compensated better. Though that's not the main reason why I support the change.
Yeah, I understand that. So, like, I'm coming back to your problem with my problem with this argument would probably be that capitalism it doesn't really.
Doesn't really what? You cut out. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We may never know. Man, you can really fucking power... Oh, I'm getting dolphin assisted. Hello? Hello?
Yo.
Hey, you cut out for a little while there.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry, man. Where was I? I was like kind of rambling.
I hope you didn't say too... Well, I mean, essentially, I don't think you got to any of the criticisms yet. I think you just said,
Oh, okay. So my main criticism, I'll just go straight to it. So, I've already explained that. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous right now.
Oh,
but,
hey, no, I'm just playing Minecraft, my dude. No big deal. Go for it.
So, your problem with capitalism would be that it oppresses the worker due to the fact that they have to work to be able to survive. So, the system mandates that they have to work. Would that be accurate?
That would be one of the reasons. I think that, but that's more of an issue. That's not an issue market socialism can solve, because market socialism
that was my argument.
Still have wages. Oh well, that would be an issue that would be addressed through the abolition of the commodity form. The main reason why I would prefer the implementation of market socialism is because it's essentially the no taxation without representation argument, like fundamentally. In our government, like we have democracies, we have democratic governments.
You cutting out?
Oh, can you hear me?
You were talking about something about no taxation without representation. That was the last thing I heard.
Yeah, it's basically the taxation without representation argument, you know? Like, basically, in our government, in the United States of America, or at least that's my government, in my government, the reason why we feel every citizen, at least an adult citizen, is entitled to a vote is because the government takes taxes from us, and we're subject to its laws. We should have a say in the laws we're subject to. But in workplaces, you're also subject to laws. They aren't.
It's cutting out again.
Oh, I think that might be on your end. I've got a pretty sophisticated internet.
Possible. I don't know if I have internet. I am on mobile, unfortunately.
Well, but essentially the argument is that, fuck you. If you're going to be subject to rules, you should have like a say in those rules. Fundamentally, in workplaces, that is not the case today. Traditionally owned firms.
Is there any basis for the idea that the worker is entitled to any type of say?
Yeah.
Is there any basis for the idea of that?
Yeah, no taxation without representation. We do it in governments. If you're subject to the laws of a country, if you're taxed by that country, then you should have a say in what rules it makes that affect you. Likewise, in a workplace.
But I got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I got a problem with like conflating government and government operation with how a workplace is supposed to work. Like I don't know if you can say that's. I don't know if you could say like ethically like it's the same way. So the way you run a government and the way you would run like a workplace.
Well, they're definitely different, but I would say that the argument is fundamentally the same. That people, the affect, the condition is fundamentally the same. It is a more powerful institution of which you are a part, to which you contribute, that takes something from you and imposes something upon you. And in one case, the government, it's democratic, and in the case of the workplace, it is not. It's completely autocratic.
Wait, how's autocratic? You would get, you still, like, under capitalism, like, it's not autocratic because you're still having, like, some sort of compensation. Like, you still have, like, some sort of representation.
What's your representation in a traditionally owned firm?
I would probably say, like, the labor that you put out and the compensation that you get for it.
But how? I mean, slaves were compensated with, like, food and lodging. That didn't really give them much of a say in what they were doing. It didn't give them a say in the rules they were subject to.
Well, honestly, like I don't even think so. Like I don't think your argument would apply really to slavery. Like I don't think you could I don't think like you could you could make an argument for the abolition of slavery using the ethics of like like the ethics of arguing against wage slavery. I think slavery, the only real argument against slavery is that it is a human rights issue.
Why?
Because I don't because like under the system of slavery, like they were still they still had like a place to live and food. So it's
Right.
not really the compensation under slavery that's the issue.
I agree. Compensation did nothing to make it more ethical. But that's my argument. Hello?
Yo,
Hello, welcome back.
all right, where was I at?
I said, I agree, compensation does nothing to make the system more ethical. But that's my argument.
Wait, so how does it defeat my argument about how capitalism is still ethical?
Because you were arguing that the representation workers got in traditional firms was meted out in their compensation. But my argument is that compensation doesn't actually change the power relations. It doesn't make it any more ethical. Slaves were compensated too. Not monetarily, but they were given food, obviously. And they were given lodgings and sometimes even medical care. But that didn't mean they were represented. It just means that they were being given what the slave owners needed to give them to preserve the relations of capital. The same happens today. The only reason workers are paid today is because the workplaces have to, or they don't get the labor. But that's not representation. That's just them fulfilling the bare minimum to exploit a person.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I would still argue that there is a huge difference between the compensation you would receive under wage slavery, as you call it, and legit slavery, like back in the 1700s and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Modern wage slavery is a hell of a lot better than chattel slavery, 100%. I just argue it's kind of like a lesser version of the chattel slavery. We get paid now, we're not treated as badly, there are worker protections, and we get to pick our master. But that's pretty much it? That's pretty much it. Fundamentally, you're still kind of owned by someone. Not in the way it used to be, but in a different way. Fundamentally, you aren't really given the power over a workplace that I think is fair. Like, why do you think slavery is unethical?
I think it's unethical because the slave did not consent to be in the position in which they were put in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. And
that would be my, like, if I was like an abolitionist or something. Well, I'm black, so I don't know about that. But like if I was like an abolitionist back in the day, I'd probably like say that.
Okay. How would you feel about a system in which slavery still exists, but you got to choose the master?
I see the argument you're trying to make.
I know. And you can criticize it. I'm just saying, like, this is like the line of logic that I would go down. Like, what if you could just choose the master? You know?
I think that's a bigger deal than you're making it. I think being able to choose, like ultimately your path in life is somewhat like constructed by the whatever career path you choose. So I think being able, like, you can say it's like a slave master, but being able to choose in this instant, I guess, as you're saying, a slave master, being able to choose that is a pretty big deal.
I would agree, it's a big deal.
As opposed to.
Yeah, as opposed to being, as opposed to just like being forced into one. But if we had a system where you're like black and you turn, I don't know, you turn 8 or whatever, and well, it's time for you to choose, and there are like 8 slave masters in your town, and there are some elsewhere, but you'd have to move away from your family, and all of them are varying degrees of horrible. I mean, some of them are worse than others. None of them are good. Do you think that would be like an ethical system?
What you just described, I think, is a bit simple, but I think, no, not exactly. I think that's a simplified version of what modern capitalism really is.
But what remains that's unethical?
I would guess. I guess the fact that they're slave masters, like they're like literal slave masters.
Okay. What if the okay, I agree. What if the slave masters were we update the system? It's no longer a slave master. You still have to go there, and you still have to live on the house. You're not legally owned by another individual, but you have to work. Let's say 60 hours a week. You're compelled to. You have to. There's punishments if you don't. Like you'll be whipped if you don't work. But you're not legally owned, so it's more of a sharecropping system. But you still have to choose one from amidst those in your town. Do you think that system would be ethical?
Shit, ain't that feudalism? No, I don't think that's ethical.
What remains that's unethical? You're no longer being owned.
What remains? Probably getting whipped.
Okay.
I don't think you should have the right to like. I don't think you should have the right to like attack workers. Like that don't seem right.
Okay. That's fair. What if instead of being whipped, they just stopped? They just kicked you off their plantation. So you could no longer work there. But you no longer benefited from the provisions they gave you, the food and the housing.
Shit, I guess you gotta find a new farm to go work at, right?
Right. Where you have to work 60 hours a week or be kicked off and have to do it over again.
Okay, but I think you could be missing something. So in this instant, working 60 hours a week, I think that's just part of life. If you're in this like time period or like whatever like hypothetical this is, like I think having to work 60 hours a week is just part of life. So you gotta just kind of deal with it at that point.
Okay. What do you mean by a part of life? Slavery was a part of life back during like the time of the slaves.
I think slavery was inherently a human rights violation. Where I don't think that this hypothetical you're giving me is like inherently a human. You know what I mean?
Yeah, then it doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not it's a part of life. It's just about whether or not you think it's ethical. So with the 60 hours a week thing, it's not that you think that's just a part of life. You just are of the opinion that it's fine to have to work 60 hours a week or starve.
Let me tell you that I think like changes should be made in this hypothetical. Changes should be made to make it so where people don't have to work as many hours a week. But I don't know if like restructuring how the workplace functions is the change that needs to be made. So I would say like,
why not though? Don't you think it would be nice if people had representation in their workplaces?
I think it could be, but like I don't know if that's like a required thing. You know what I'm saying?
Like you don't think it would be ethical to force everyone to adopt that set of policies?
Yeah, I don't really think it would be.
Couldn't you make the argument that right now, everyone in this country has been forced to live in a system they probably don't want to live in either? One where you're subject to the autocracy of the traditional firm? It's when you say, like, it's not fair to change it, it sounds more like, well, the capital owners got their stake first, so everyone else is fucked, you know?
You cut out in the sentence you were talking about, well, the capital owners, and you were gonna make something.
Yeah, so my argument to that would be, aren't there not tens or hundreds of millions of people in this country who are, who would probably benefit from or prefer collective ownership? The data seems to suggest people do benefit from collective ownership. If that's the case, then how is it unfair for us to change the way things are? Isn't it a policy of the government to try to allocate resources and set laws in such a way as to make the greatest number of people happy as possible?
I don't know if that would be a government responsibility. I would say.
Well, that's why they abolished slavery, though.
I thought they abolished slavery because it was like a human rights issue.
Well, sure, but yeah, so they took capital, the slaves, away from slave owners because they didn't think it was ethical for those people to be subjected to the conditions of the slave owners. They thought the system was unethical. But that's the argument that I'm making. I'm just saying that there's precedent for it. The idea of, like, the government using policy to expropriate the wealth of capital owners is not new to us. We did it during the Revolutionary War, too. I mean, all the businesses in this country were owned by the king or, the Brits or their mercantile empire. We seized those because we thought it was more ethical for us to do so.
I mean, all right, this isn't gonna sound like a libertarian of me as I usually am, but like in that case, why don't y'all just do your wealth tax?
Oh, I'm fine with
Like, I
wealth
think that would
taxes.
be a
But that wouldn't make the
well,
system democratic, would it? That would just redistribute money a little bit.
well, I think ultimately it would do the same amount of good. Like, I don't know what the I don't know if things should be like everything should be required to be democratic.
Don't you like democracy?
That might just be like a fundamental disagreement because of your like your views, like you're an anarchist, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like you would probably value democracy more than me.
Yeah, just why not? I mean, you claim to be kind of like a libertarian, right? You should value democracy and freedom and liberty pretty extensively as well.
I don't know if I would value democracy over like a pre-existing hierarchy, which
Why?
would be like a workplace.
But the monarchy was the pre-existing hierarchy. Would you have disagreed with the American Revolution?
Would I have disagreed? Probably not. I would probably have sided with the Patriots. I'm sorry, my history. I'm not. I think
Right, with
that's what
the
they were
with the
called.
revolutionaries, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I'm sorry, man.
no worries.
Yeah, I probably would have sided with them.
Yeah, but they were revolutionaries who used violence to seize capital assets because they thought it was more ethical for them to own it, for them to be able to distribute it.
Well, I think in that case it was because well, actually, I don't even know if they really were because they didn't really have any like rights to that land.
Well,
But
sure, but right now workers in traditional firms don't have rights to anything in the businesses they work at.
yeah, but that's because they've chosen to enter that's because they've chosen to enter their workplace.
But that's my argument. There isn't a choice. We have to work. Our society depends on
Yeah,
people
but-
working. Even though an individual could, in our society, decide to live off welfare, and nowadays it's possible to do that, even though it's not exactly the best existence, it's possible. Collectively, the people in our society have to work. The bridges need to be built, the roads need to be repaired.
Hold on, I got a problem with this.
Oh, yes?
I didn't want me to like interrupt you like that, but
No, go ahead.
that's the same way in a socialist system. You just might be getting paid more, and you got like your little ballot box and stuff, right? Like that's why I can't really differentiate them.
Yeah, but that's the argument. If we are to be compelled to participate in a system, it must be an ethical system. You can't say, well, workplaces are autocratic, but that's okay because you chose to work at them. Not really. Collectively, as a society, we don't have have that choice. People have to work. Even if individuals can escape the workplace tyranny, collectively we cannot.
Yeah, but you can't. Is the tyranny really the problem? Like I don't see how that would.
Yeah, not
Like
wages.
I don't see how tyranny would. Like I understand it would be more democratic system, so I guess I do understand how the tyranny would be erased, but I don't understand how the tyranny is inherently like the problem.
Well,
with
I
the
don't like
capitalist
tyranny.
system as opposed. You know what? I understand that. However, I don't understand. I don't understand what exactly is changing. Besides, you will probably be getting paid more in a co-op, and you will get to like vote on certain policies.
That's it. You would be able to vote. That's it. That's the difference. That's the
Is
difference
that- I
between
don't-
tyranny and democracy.
Is that really like that substantial of a change?
Yes. I mean, we had a revolution over it. Are you saying the right to vote
We did.
isn't substantial?
Oh wait, the right to vote. Well, I think. Well, again, like I think like running a country. This come back to the same thing. Running a country be like different than running like a workplace.
Well, sure, it's on a lesser scale, but it's still a very powerful institution that controls your life to an extent. I think that the arguments can be made pretty reciprocally there. It's about having the vote. It's having control over your workplace. It's getting to have some ownership over company policy. It's feeling more invested in the place you work at. There's a lot to it. And worker
Feeling more-
satisfaction tends to increase pretty substantially with worker cooperatives. Makes sense why.
Do they? I didn't know that.
Pretty substantially, yeah. The data, if we were just to go on like the data, whether worker co-ops are better for workers than traditional firms, then it would be an overwhelming win in my case. All the data that exists seems to suggest they are. So the argument isn't about, is it better for the workers? The argument is it good enough to warrant making a civilization-wide policy? Which I
Yeah.
would be arguing in the affirmative of.
Shoot, that's something. That makes sense. So what I would tell you is if it, because I don't know how convinced I am that like a bunch of people like want worker co-ops, but if that is the case, I would say you if you really believe that way, you would push. Which I'm not saying you don't do this. You probably do, to be honest. But you would push for more worker co-ops to be like pushed like rise up from the ground.
Oh yeah,
Like you would.
100%. Pretty soon I'm going to have a few
So
people coming on to describe their experiences with worker co-ops. I've done that in the past as well. And I heavily advocate for the implementation of state laws to favor the pushing of co-ops. Right now, for example, there are some discriminatory banking policies that make it harder for co-ops to get a loan. Wait, are they policies or just tendencies? I would need to look over it again, but there are some aspects of our society that are biased against the operation of worker co-ops. I'm very interested in seeing those pushed out. If we can have more individual worker co-ops succeed, it'll be easier for me to make my American-wide argument, you know?
yeah, like oh shit, I just have brain fart. Um, yeah, I'll probably end up watching that. I guess I need to do more research on worker-owned co-ops. Um, I really don't have any other like. I don't really have anything else to really like throw at you. I think we came to a little bit of a compromise because I think I am definitely gonna research into worker-owned co-ops more. One last thing I'd like to
I just
tell
want
you.
to, before we get to the last thing, just in case things go sour, I really appreciate you coming on, and I really appreciated the conversation.
Thanks for being cool, but I was kind of nervous because I didn't know if you were gonna be like super smart or like I don't know if you would be like kind of mean or whatever. But I appreciate you being cool.
Yeah, I try. I just sometimes the only time I get like mean, I was
What?
pretty
You
mean.
cut out.
Oh, sorry. I
You
try.
say you try.
Yeah, the first guy I talked to today, I got pretty mean with because I felt like they were arguing in bad faith. I try when I feel people are being honest. Unless they're like really infuriating, I usually try to stay pretty nice. It's when people I feel like they're not listening to what I'm saying that I start to get really frustrated. But you've been like super good faith, so I really appreciate that.
Oh, shit. Wait, okay. I'm not like super. I don't know much like about debate culture. Yeah, I'm just. But anyway, I would say about the actual Justice Warrior. I don't know if you should be as antagonistic towards him. He's actually like. I think he has some good arguments. I don't think he did well in that debate, but I think he's a more interesting guy. I don't think he's like the typical right lib or your typical like reactionary type dude.
I mean,
So I would just encourage you to be more.
he's one of the few conservatives I've talked with who immediately acknowledge that black people don't commit more crime because of their black skull shape or whatever, which is a huge step up from the majority of right-leaning people I talk to. I mean, possibly maybe there could be some sort of reconciliation in the future. I'm always down to talk with people.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't ever like strike it out, I guess.
All right, that's a better response than I thought I would get. I got at the beginning because I was planning to tell you that.
Yeah. No, of course,
So,
man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
All right, I gotta go eat some. I'll watch the thing where you talk to the person.
Yeah,
who
I
was in the
have
co-op or whatever.
Yeah, I'm actually oh fuck, I'm not wearing the shirt right now. It's called Goods for the People. They make really high quality like lefty t-shirts, I guess, that are pretty cheap. It feels really good. Like it's actually like a really nice t-shirt. And they have a co-op. There's one dude in America and one dude in Russia.
I ain't no damn lefty, but I'll look into it. I'll see
Yeah,
what-
them shirts look pretty. They're real comfy. It's like $20. Get it from Russia, you know. It's a
Yeah.
pretty good deal. Hey, thanks for coming on, man.
All right, man. See ya.
See ya. Man, we're getting lots of conversational variety today, aren't we? The website is locked right now. I talked with the guy. Apparently, they're changing some site architecture thing. Don't worry about the website being locked. It'll be better soon. That was a good convo. Let me see if there are any other. Guys, I just need 2 more ender pearls. If I get 2 more ender pearls, then I'm good. All right. Blue, I know you can hear me. No worries about cutting out. All right, we're doing good faith actor now. This is the Caribbean guy. Man, we're nailing it today. Oh wait, they left the server. Oh wait, never mind, I can't. All right, we'll try this one. What are your views on software, on free software? You've asked that like 1,000 times, and I think I've said multiple times now that I'm in favor of it. Thoughts on Toastmasters? I don't know much about Toastmasters. I've heard some stuff about it. All right, we're doing it again. God, what is the call-in stream, baby? 2,000 people on a video game stream. I love it. Howdy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Howdy? Loud and
Hello?
clear. I can hear some echo, though.
Yeah, I'm turning down your stream. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, yeah.
Okay, I'm on a phone, so...
Gotcha. That seems to be a repeating motif. Am I the only person who is like a $4,000 like gaming battle station that they're ready to do Discord calls from? I swear to God, everyone else is using phones. How you doing?
Look, I'm like poor as fuck, so...
No,
like,
don't
I'm
make me
trying
feel
to set
bad.
up-
Don't make me feel bad. That was conceited of me to say. I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to set up my husband's old computer, but like I don't have room for it yet, so...
All right, hit me up. What's the contention? And you can make the video.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stop you from making the video or nothing, obviously. But like, you can argue with me here. Go for it. Hit me up.
Okay, so first of all, I'm super nervous. Like, I don't talk to people ever, so sorry. The thing is like, so I feel frustrated because a lot of people sit there and they just call something ableist, right? They don't really like tell people why that's bad. So they just think it's like immoral or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a good argument. So my thing is when you, okay, people fear Nazis. People also fear mentally ill people.
Mhm.
Like they think we're more prone to violence. The studies show that mentally ill people are actually more prone to be
Being the
victims
victim
of
of
violence.
violence, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, if, I mean, I'm sure that there are Nazis that are mentally ill, but it seems like it's just like a default now.
But
to
you're
say,
you're,
oh, they're
you're
different.
leading a little bit. My audience doesn't know what your contention is. You want me to phrase it, or would you?
Yeah, could you? I'm so nervous. I'm sorry.
No worries. We're on a streak for good faith conversations. I wouldn't worry too much. Oh my God, what was the purge? What was the purge? Wait, sorry. Oh.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Just all right. Just observing the death of my community. Good luck, guys. Anyway, yeah. So your issue is that I call Nazis mentally ill people, and we can run with that.
Yeah, because it sets them up to be more feared, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
because you combine the fear of mentally ill people being violent with the fear of Nazis being violent, and now you have more, like, I don't know, it seems like it just, like, the downstream effects of that are like people are just more likely to find mentally ill people scary and spooky and whatever.
yeah. So to clarify, when I say Nazis are mentally ill, I'm not doing it to make them scarier. I'm doing it I'm being ableist in the other direction. I'm doing it to make them pathetic. Yeah. I'm doing it to make them feel weak.
That. Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that like they would feel like stupid because like they would feel embarrassed about it.
Yeah, that's generally my goal. It's to try and humiliate them. I do want to say now. I'm not saying that's not ableist because it definitely is. My experience has been.
I don't care about that. Like,
Wait,
that's not
you got muffled a little bit there. What happened?
I mean, I just, for me, just saying, oh, it's ableist, like, I don't care. Like, for me, you have to show a reason why that's bad.
Okay, well, that's totally fine then. With regards to ableism, I find there is utility to ableism that doesn't exist with other types of isms. There's not really ever utility in being racist or sexist, I find, or at least very marginal utility. But sometimes, especially rhetorically, you can get a lot out of being ableist, which is unfortunate With regards to the Nazis, let me think. Like harm. A lot of the Nazis I talked to.
Really quick, I don't disagree with your utility argument. I do get it.
Okay, then criticize me. Why should I stop?
It's not that you should stop. I think you should be a little more educational on like. It feels so weird to like say you should do this with your channel.
You're not going to hurt my feelings. Just go for it.
Like we're a lot more prone to like cop violence and like if you call for a wellness check on somebody, cops show up, they're much more likely to fuck you up or shoot you or kill you or whatever. And again, more people like it's weird because like every time there's a mass shooting, everybody's like, oh, the person was mentally ill. And I'm like, no, actually, it's like a quarter of mass shooters or something were found to be mentally ill, maybe. So it's basically, I wish there was more talk about what that actually looks like in real life, the mentally ill part, not the let's make fun of Nazis or whatever. I'm saying this badly. I had this whole thing in my head and it just kind of evaporated.
That's why I get paid the big bucks for my debate bro talents.
Yeah, you're intimidating. I will say that.
I'm not trying to be intimidating in a conversation with you. I'm interested in
No,
hearing your
I mean
arguments.
you're being nice.
Well, you can prescribe like judgments to me. You like I'm not going to be offended if you say like you should do this or it's immoral of you to do that. Like I'm totally fine with that. I mean, I say that to other people all the time, so.
I feel like okay, with marginalized communities that are more prone to have violence done against them than other, communities. I kind of feel like it is irresponsible to maybe reinforce that idea. So when you pair the mentally ill with the Nazis, it's like, oh, super spooky. Not for the Nazis that are being called that, but maybe for your audience. So to me, it seems like it might be like, this is gonna get me in hot water. I don't care about the R slur. I don't get why everybody has a problem with it other than it hurts their feelings.
Amen.
Like it hurts their feelings, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like there are no downstream effects of that besides some people are like, oh, that hurt. Like, okay, but like if you actually get people to fear a certain group of people, there are worse effects. There are actual real world effects for that. You know what I mean? So I feel like it would be almost better if you just go back to the R slur, which, I know you get a lot of shit for.
Well, so you're saying you think there's more harm done in calling Nazis mentally ill than there is in just calling them the R slur?
Well, I mean, I'm old too. Like I'm almost Paul's Ego's age. Like I couldn't finish watching that stream because it was too depressing. But so I grew up in the 80s and like it was just kind of normal, the R slur. Like we almost had it. I feel like we almost had it to the point where it was like stupid or idiot. And then it like started flipping in the late 90s.
I mean, I played like online video games back during the early 2000s, so I promise you I am familiar with cultures which have normalized the use of the R slur.
Yeah, and it seems like that's embarrassing and it can hurt somebody's feelings, but I don't think that it encourages people to, like, nobody's gonna hear the R slur and go, oh, I'm freaked out by, I don't even know, what would you say, stupid people now? Like, I mean, that's basically what you're saying when you use that. So I feel like there's a huge difference there.
But what harm is done? Let's say I acknowledge that. What harm is done when I call a Nazi mentally ill? Because when I call a Nazi mentally ill, the point that I'm trying to get at is that the characteristics associated with their political beliefs, usually paranoia, like extreme conspiracism, virulent hatred of people for irrational reasons, I would consider these to be like components of an ill brain. I would consider racism in large part to be a component of an ill brain. That these things are so intertwined with conspiracism and irrationality that they aren't necessarily they're subnormal. They're not healthy. In a way, it's a greater deficiency than anything a person who's like me, bipolar, or an actual schizophrenic person would experience, because those people at least have the excuses of their brain state to, adjourn their behavior. But with regards to the Nazis, it is entirely, at least in many cases, of their own volition that they have been led to a state of self-induced illness.
Yeah,
That's
right.
the
Well,
argument I'm
that's it
making.
though. That's self-induced though. You're saying that like they did that to themselves. They made the choice. And like mental illness isn't a choice. Cause like I'm bipolar 1. I don't know if you're 1 or 2, but like, and maybe, I don't know, BPD and AS. I don't even know, man. I was trying to figure that shit out and I lost my therapist. So, but bipolar 1, yeah, I'm on lithium too. So it is what it is, but they're making the choice. And like, it also kind of, it's weird, right? Because it's like a lot of people, when you hear that, you're like, well, that lady in Central Park was like, oh, I'm mentally ill or whatever. I think she used that as an excuse for calling the cops on that guy.
Yes, and Amy Cooper.
Racism is not it doesn't stem from mental illness. Like that's a super big annoyance of mine too.
Well, it depends. No, it doesn't stem from mental illness, but you're using the medicalized definition. Rhetorically, what I'm arguing is that a person's brain is broken if they act in the way Amy Cooper acted. That there is to me a difference of virtue between a person who's mentally ill like you and me and a person who has just arrived at political positions which invoke deficiency in their thought processes.
Yeah, and like I actually, the way you just stated it, like I totally agree. And I think that if you kind of made that a little more obvious every once in a while, I think that would be cool.
Okay, I mean that's fair. Well, then here's a question. Here's a question for you then. When
Sure.
I often debate irrational people. In fact, I would go so far as to say I almost
Yeah.
exclusively debate irrational people.
Yeah.
Irrationality
Yeah, I would say so.
is a component of, not intrinsically, but is often a component of mental illness. Depression makes you irrationally, many things. Anxiety, irrational panic or fear, immediate doom, so on, bipolar, both varyingly.
Yeah.
Irrationality and mental illness go hand in hand. In fact, irrationality is almost one of the defining components of mental illness, or at least of behavior characterized by mental illness. So if it's a defining rationality is a myth, oh god, my chat, all my fucking 17-year-old, I spent 3 hours in a therapist's office and I understand human psychology now, chat. Listen up, you stupid motherfuckers, okay? Obviously, rationality is a spectrum and nobody acts in a perfectly rational way. If you seriously want to argue that the way in which I make my arguments and the way in which a Nazi makes their arguments are derived from the same basic degree of fundamental, processing rationality, then you're delusional. You're as delusional as they are, okay? There are differences in rationality. There are people who are more irrational than others. And irrationality is a component of mental illness in many cases. The irrational brain state is what leads your depressed asses to think that not making your bed or not cleaning your clothes up off the floor after 6 days of fucking washing them is an acceptable decision. It's the irrationality in your brains that makes you think it's acceptable for you to sit there slowly sweating and panicking for 2 hours over the possibility that 8 years from now you might have to make a life decision that you're actually never going to arrive at because it would require you have to make choices that you're not going to make over the past 8 years, okay? It's just fucking stop, okay? Holy shit. All right.
I need a cigarette. Holy shit.
Rationality is a myth. Yeah, no, I'm not talking fucking perfect fucking libertarian rationality. I'm talking about the ability to process information in a reasonable way. God, I argue with so many irrational people that's my job. That's what people pay me for. So obviously I have a little bit of a fucking beef out for irrationality as a concept. My argument is this, and this is my question, okay? I call people irrational all the time because they are. But it doesn't have the same punch as saying they're mentally ill or their brain is broken or so on like that. Even though the sentiment I'm expressing is identical in both ways, I understand how they have different impacts. Saying something like your brain is broken probably isn't as bad as saying you're mentally ill, but both of those are probably worse than me just saying you're irrational. Where do you think the line is? Draw a line. I want to hear your opinion.
That's the thing. Like, I can't draw a line. I never have been able to. I'm like one of those people that like rides the line every chance I get. It doesn't.
Calling black people, you know, my N-word?
Oh, well, no, not that. But I mean, it's more it's more of like a you have to weigh the costs, I think, and figure out like, okay, how much utility do I get from this versus how much harm? And if there's more harm than utility, then you scrap that. Like,
Yeah,
that's
well, I'll never disagree with that. I guess my main thing is, like, I feel like my audience is largely woke on ableism issues, because I know all of them are, like, depressed 16-year-old trans girls, and I know the Nazis are already irrevocably ableist, because they're Nazis, so I don't know if I'm really swinging the pendulum either way with either group. Actually, well, wait, hold on.
Centrists, man. The centrists.
Yeah,
That's
well, yeah, I'm thinking, well, my site chat is full of depressed 16-year-old trans girls, but I'm pretty sure my broader community is full of, like, edgy, like, those are literally the people I appeal to. They might not be as woke on this as I would expect. I might have to talk about ableism more.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, is like the people that you appeal to, like not the people that are too far gone and not the people that already know, but the people that you're actually trying to catch. Like, they might not get it. They might not see that line.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, maybe that guy that I just talked to. Like, he was super cool in good faith, and I'm not saying that he's dumb or bigoted or anything like that. But, like, maybe if I was talking to a person who, like, didn't have a super strong stance on the issue, they might, like, see me thinking, like, this person's mentally ill. And, like, they might think I'm some sort of, like, titanic rationality god who's BTFOing all, like, the insane, like, crazies or something like that. Not knowing that I am bipolar, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you do bring it up on stream sometimes, but, like, it's not, like, you know, in your bio or anything like that, so...
I think people think I'm memeing for the most part. I don't know if I feel like the broader community probably doesn't know if I'm telling the truth.
I feel like you are, but...
Well, I mean, just like people...
There's no way for me to, deductively know, but I can inductively reason.
People speculate a lot on that stuff, like, is Vosh actually autistic or pan, or is he doing it for, like, the woke points? It's really weird.
Yeah, I think that's really weird and fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. All right, how about, I'll try to scale back. How do you feel about your brain is broken? I'm fond of that one.
I actually like that, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything fun, because your brain can get broken in a car accident, so it's not like something you're born with.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it is, but hopefully that's not the image we're
sometimes
evoking.
It is. But it can just happen too. I mean, it's not specific. It's not like super. I don't feel like it's targeted as much.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I can try to address that a little bit better in the future, maybe. Yeah, I should also probably talk more about ableism. I guess I just think it's boring. Actually, it's not that it's boring. My main issue with talking about ableism is that the line is in a fuzzier place than it is with stuff like racism.
Yeah, it really is. Everybody's got a different opinion, like, especially in the mentally, like, if you have a mental illness, like, there is no mentally ill community that, like, everybody just agrees.
Yeah. Whereas, like,
we all disagree.
Yeah, most people can pretty, like, collectively agree, like, with, like, racism, like, you know, because as a general rule, like, don't impugn people for their race, like, easy, congrats, you know? But with ableism, like, okay, so can I not call people dumb? Can I not say that people aren't getting, like, there's, like, really weird line.
Like, I'm not gonna stop saying stupid and idiot and all that, like, it's not happening. I call myself stupid, so, like, if I'm gonna be ableist against myself and you want to accuse me of that, fine.
Man, you're just like Milo Yiannopoulos over here. Milo Yiannopoulos loves calling himself the F slur. Wait a second, I'm gay. I can say it.
Please don't refer to me as that guy. Oh God.
Damn. The return. Are you banned from Twitter? You might be able to pick up the pieces.
Am I banned from Twitter? Like, I'm not, no.
Oh, you've got more of a media presence than Milo Yiannopoulos does.
I was gonna, I don't even have that many followers. I'm not.
Hey, you know how many he has?
0, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Which is good, since I think he's a pedophile. So
Oh yeah, he's 100%.
I didn't follow all
I
of
wonder if
that.
he-
I think I picked that up from you.
I wonder if he's actually secretly not a pedophile. He's just so edgy that he committed to the bit after. He was like, well, I'd rather lose everything
God.
than admit that I phrased that poorly. That'd be
You know,
funny.
I could actually see that being a thing.
Yeah. No, that's actually like a plausible explanation.
It
you know?
is. That's super plausible.
Yeah. Okay. I'm keeping the rolling train going, so I'm gonna move on to the next caller, I think, or maybe just play on my own for a bit. I really appreciate you coming on to talk about this.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Is there anything you want to shout out? I know you've got a channel.
I haven't made it yet. I keep getting weird about like what should I name it, and I think I'm gonna name it Truth and Consequences after the city in New Mexico, but I'm not positive yet. So
I just named mine after a fucking comic OC that I wrote like years ago. So the bar is never too high. Don't worry.
all right. Yeah, I don't really have anything yet set up. So
Be well.
all right, thank you.
We're on a roll with the good faith conversations. Can you believe it? That's crazy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm getting a call from D Pico. Okay. We're here and we're queer. Hey, Big D. Can I call you that? Wait, hello? All right, I'll wait. D Pico started the call right as I finished talking to the lady. So I know they're here. You guys are getting a treat.
Hello?
Oh, howdy.
Yes, finally. Goddamn. Okay, I have some ideas to talk with you, my friend. All right?
Don't get too hyped out. I'm still pretty mad about you calling me a fake autist, all right?
Hey, listen, I have arguments to justify that, but let's not get into that now.
Wait, you argue.
Okay.
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 Maybe I'll hear those arguments one day.
I have a problem with you prioritizing rhetoric over truth. I think you focus on the aesthetics of how you are on people's arguments too much and not on the actual substance of what they're arguing.
Okay, where do I do that?
I don't have any specific clips, and hey, if you consider that a win, I guess you got me. But I think anyone in good faith can know that you at least focus on rhetoric heavily in your content.
Yeah, but I do, but I don't think I do so to the exclusion of truthful information. I always try to engage in as good a faith as possible with the arguments that I'm presented, and while I don't do it perfectly, I never make a conscious effort to avoid engaging with an argument.
Okay, actually, wait. So this is a sort of a loose, specific example. Don't have the specific clip on hand or anything, but like specifically with your arguments with Destiny, I feel that you do unnecessary attacks on his optics or his character to not necessarily avoid engaging with his argument, but at the very least sort of try and sort of paint him as a sort of irrational actor to make people agree with his arguments less so, instead of just purely making people think he's an irrational actor just by attacking his arguments.
Oh yeah, of course. My goal in an argument is always to win the conversation, but I'll never do it by lying. If I can add to the likelihood of me winning a conversation by engaging in character assassination or making fun of someone, I'll do 100%. Yeah.
Wait, but wait, why, if your arguments are good enough, why do you have to do that?
Because people aren't convinced by the soundness or validity of arguments. People are convinced by who came out looking strongest. And what I care about most is improving the world. So I have to accept that, unfortunately, a pure factual discussion of the facts at hand is not sufficient to make the changes that I want to make. I also have to get down in the mud. I do like getting down in the mud, though, so I don't mind it too much.
Why, and to sort of like move into my next topic while engaging with this question, why not just advocate that people, instead of exclusively focusing on optics, remind them that optics aren't everything, and to not ignore the fact, the arguments of their opponents completely, and to engage with people in good.
Because I do. I tell everyone to engage with arguments in good faith. I've even made comments that have gotten me in trouble, like when I said that if a Nazi gave me a good argument for being a Nazi, I would become a Nazi. That I should always engage with the quality of the arguments of my opponent, you know?
Okay, good. I guess that's pretty fair. It's just that I've always had the stance that I think you should always tell the straight truth, even if it would make the world a worse place. Because not having knowledge is just like fundamentally, or lying about, not lying, but like not giving the proper knowledge is immoral to me. And I can't necessarily justify it. It's sort of like a fundamental axiom, but
Well, yeah,
that's
I value honesty on an almost axiomatic level as well. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I mean, I never lie. I don't misrepresent information, you know? Now, rhetorically, like, there are plenty of things that I can do to compensate for whatever knowledge I may or may not have, but I never, like, deliberately attempt to obfuscate information.
Sure. And I sort of like want to bring up like your audience for a moment. Because I feel that this has had a negative effect on your audience. Because look, if you know anything about me, I'm a spicy boy with a lot of spicy takes that a lot of people disagree with.
That is
And
one
I'm
way of,
fine with
yeah.
people disagreeing. And I'm gonna be convinced if you make good arguments. But typically, what I see when I talk with your fans and argue with them is that they, instead of like attacking my arguments just on like the logical level, they'll instead just do character attacks. They'll say shit like, instead of engaging with my arguments on a logical level, they'll just say, "You're a cringy 16-year-old incel. Fuck you." Like, and then
I mean, that is an argument.
But it's not an argument that attacks my argument on a logical level.
Well, that could be
There's
because
no
they could be because they don't feel your arguments are worth responding to. If they just want to like make fun of you or disregard your arguments, then instead of, you know, actually engaging. Like, do you know what sea lioning is?
What's that?
Sea lioning is, it's like a it's like when a person's like, "Hey, I noticed you made this comment. I would like to debate you on this. What time is acceptable for you?" You don't want to debate this? That's interesting. I can't help but notice you're very comfortable making arguments you can't back up later. I'll be messaging you in 15 minutes. Like that kind of stuff. It's like really like pushing someone like kind of like an obnoxious or derogatory way for
And guess what?
engagement.
And guess what? I think that's a good thing. Argument should always be challenged on a logical level, and to sort of dismiss an argument just because you feel like you don't feel like arguing with it, does harm. Like,
Oh.
to the
Okay,
to,
well, there is a word that was made just to make fun of people who think like you. So if that is, if you want to change people's minds on that, you're gonna have to be me and do some heavy fucking rhetoric, because right now people do not like that particular style of engagement. Like, what arguments have you wanted to make? You know, like, I don't feel like arguing everything. If somebody came on right now and started like arguing the Jewish question, I would just make fun of them. I don't think that I don't think they're entitled as a conspiracist to my time or effort to debunk their like nonsense, you know? I would just try to have fun with it and make them look ridiculous. I don't think that's dishonest of me. I just don't think they've like set the stage for a good faith or
I just
appropriate.
think it's harmful.
Huh?
I never claimed it was dishonest. I just think it's harmful.
To not platform and engage with conspiracism on their level?
Yeah, because guess what? You didn't help that person by making fun of them.
I don't give a fuck about helping them. I don't try to help any of the people I talk to. Fuck them. They're Nazis.
You don't care about like helping Nazis to become a better person.
No.
Through art. I mean, okay. I mean, I just feel like I just would like to live in a world where there could be a person with fucking, I can say the R slur.
Yeah, sure. If you want.
with fucking retarded views and them to like get in an argument and have a person, no matter how retarded their views are, engage with them on a purely logical and good faith basis and have that person's viewpoints be changed.
Yeah, that's the problem is that's just not how the world works. Especially when you do what I do. Because the people who I argue with have a monetary incentive to hold to their positions. When I argue with a neo-Nazi who has an audience, who gets paid money to hold their positions, I will never be able to present them information that will lead them to go, oh, all right, okay, that makes sense. Let me think on that. I have argued hundreds of these people. I have never gotten a response like that. Ultimately, it's up to them to help themselves. My responsibility is to the world.
Well, how much have you tried though? I'm just curious.
I mean, I've had plenty of good faith conversation with Nazis. You remember that Nazbol that I've had like a 3-part argument with? I mean, the videos are up on my channel.
17-year-old Anprim?
Hmm?
The 17-year-old Anprim?
Yeah, that one. I talked with that person for like 4 hours in consistent good faith, calmly responding to their arguments and suggesting alternatives. And every time they would just come back with more information on like the Black Skull inferiority.
Yeah. And I think through your conversations, maybe not now, but in the future, he'll look back on your debates with you and think, you know what? Maybe Vosh was.
That is entirely possible. It's also possible that does not happen. But my responsibility will always be to the audience, not to the individual that I am talking to. These days especially, every time I debate someone, like there's one person I'm debating, tens of thousands of people will see the debate. Those are the people that I have to care to. Especially if treating that person worse ends up converting more people who are on the fence. That's like the utilitarian calculus I have to engage in.
You know, I can admit that's a pretty fair argument for what you do. You know, I just personally worry about the audience because, like again, I see, and like I'm sure you're familiar with this concept. I see a ton of like crowd or mob mentality in your arguments. You know, and not in your arguments, your audience. I mean, like people will.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was saying that's kind of part of the game, right? Like, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. It makes me stronger to have a dogmatic audience as well. It's part of like my rhetorical power online.
I think I think it's possible. Maybe it's possible to have people that have the same amount of people support you and grow, but have them not be dogmatic. You know, that's my biggest problem with socialist communities. They treat socialism like a religion that all their values stem from.
Well, I don't think my community is any less rational than the average person. I would probably make the argument my community is a lot more rational than the average political interlocutor online.
I don't know. How much do you engage with your community?
I mean, it's my community, so I see
And I
a
mean,
fair bit of them.
and you're kind of the ringleader of your own community. Of course, they're going to treat you better and try and act logical when talking to you.
Listen, I can't have the rationality of my community judged entirely by your recall of your interactions with them. Generally speaking, when I see them online, when I see them tweeting or responding to other people's tweets, or arguing in YouTube comments or all of that, I think that they're, generally speaking, about as or more reasonable than the average, like, left-leaning political interlocutor.
Okay. But wait, can you acknowledge that? Okay, wait, so like at least in your conversations that you have with them, that they may be willing to sort of act their best in front of you because they sort of like look up to you or respect you.
Yeah, but I would need to see evidence of some sort of widespread, like, terrible behavior from my community, and then I would need to see evidence that that was something that I could improve without meaningfully harming my rhetorical abilities.
Okay, that's fair. That's like mainly what I wanted to talk to you about for like ages now. But yeah.
Well, hold on. You're not out of here yet. I want to hear those arguments.
These arguments for what?
For why I'm not autistic.
Oh, sure. So I don't know how much like you like read up on autism, but speaking as an autistic person myself, autism is very much like a genetic thing, right? Like if it was not genetic, it wouldn't be classified as a mental disability. It would be classified as a mental illness, I think, right? I think that's sort of a logical inference to make. Do you agree?
I don't know much about this. My chat seems to disagree with you, but without any knowledge myself, I can't really verify.
Well, if I were to see maybe a citation, I'm open to changing my mind, right?
Sure, but what does that have to do with me?
It's that like you act in ways that are sort of that impugn autistic people for like the way that they are, or engage in like socially exclusionary behavior towards those who aren't able to be as socially capable as you.
Sure, but how am I not autistic, though?
Well, I just feel like an autistic person wouldn't do that if they knew the autistic experience.
Wait, what wouldn't I do?
Or like engage in ways that that impugn people that are less socially capable than you. In
So autistic
general.
people don't ever call people incels?
No. Well, I'm not talking about necessarily calling people an incel, but specifically impugning someone for being like socially retarded when talking to people.
But people do that all the time. In fact, you would make the argument, I think, autistic people would actually do that even more because they're trying to performatively distance themselves from people who are even less. That was ContraPoint's entire cringe video, right? That you have an incentive as a rather socially awkward person yourself to mock those who are worse than you, because in doing so, you distinguish yourself from them. But that's a little bit of like a scant piece of evidence to accuse me of not being autistic over, no?
Yeah, I guess that's fair. You know, but maybe I think a better way to reword it, you act in ways that are, that I would consider, like a sort of, like I wouldn't expect an autistic person to act because it is, harmful to, and specifically impugns, autistic people's, specific disabilities.
But like what?
Well, like impugning for someone for being socially capable. But now that I know that that an autistic person may impugn someone for like being socially retarded, to like a sort of like hide their power level and like fit in with other people.
Well,
That makes a lot more sense.
I don't like go out of my way to like make fun of socially awkward people a bunch. You're acting like I'm some sort of bully.
Yeah, okay, I feel like for example, you use the word cringe a lot to describe a lot of behavior that is like socially awkward. I would consider that like impugning someone for like impugning someone for being cringe is like specifically what I'm talking.
Wait, that makes a person not autistic? I'm pretty sure everyone calls everything cringe these days.
No, not autistic. I'm saying it impugns someone when you call someone cringe for acting in a socially awkward or socially retarded manner. That specifically is impugning someone for their lack of social ability. And before figuring out how maybe someone might do so to fit in, like I thought that that was at least strange for an autistic person to do.
But listen, judging from my interactions online, autistic people call everything cringe. Like, I don't know if that's like a weird thing for them to do.
No, but call things cringe. Call someone cringe.
But like for what? What socially awkward behavior?
Like I don't know, maybe like fucking being like LARPy or like someone you've done this, like trying to like doing something that they think is like cool, but like actually kind of makes them look like a jackass, like that sort of thing.
So making fun of people who LARP or act like a jackass means you can't be autistic. I guess I just don't understand. It seems like you're trying to assign a characteristic to me where I'm like the like turncoat or like the Uncle Tom kind of. Like it's difficult to associate me with autism or expect I'm autistic because I like impugn autistic people so much. But I don't really think I do. I think I'm pretty sympathetic to like the incel crowd for the most part. I think the extent to which I make fun of social awkwardness is pretty well within like a normal range of behavior. Maybe even less so.
Maybe. I can give you a maybe,
But
right?
what?
I
Wait,
can
but what
give
have
you
I done?
I told you, impugning like it's like I
The
don't have
LARPers?
any
So like when I talk
specific.
to a tanky or something, like it's like points against my autism card for saying it's
No.
LARPing.
Stop simplifying it like that. Is it when you make fun of when you call a tanky cringy for LARPing in a way where like they think that they're being cool to other people, but you just say, hey, dude, you're being like fucking cringy. I feel that is a way that something that I wouldn't expect an autistic person to do because impugning someone for their for being less socially capable seems like a bit outside of their character.
But
But
LARPing isn't
I
about being socially capable. It's about being dishonest or like conceited. Caleb Maupin is really charismatic. That's the problem. That's what makes him like a more dangerous LARPer. That his like stump speech proselytizing reaches more people. But it's not
what
an
is LARPing? What
huh?
does LARPing mean to you?
When people are assigning like a greater degree of importance, legitimacy, or realness to the behavior that they're engaging in. So like when people online just have like a little 19,000 sub YouTube channel, but they're talking about how like they're going to be the vanguard of the next revolution or some dumb shit like that, you know?
Okay, well now that I know your definition of LARPing, that makes things a bit clearer for me. Okay, sure. I guess I'll retract my statements of me not thinking that you're autistic, but it wasn't just that, it was
Got
also
the A
like
card again, baby.
it's not just that, it's mainly, and I won't go into specifics, but you doing things that in high school that only very socially capable people would do.
Like fucking?
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure autistic people can get laid in high school.
A lot of autistic people a lot of autistic men in particular have troubles talking with women. It's like a thing.
Yeah, I guess I just got a different type of autism. I don't know.
Maybe you just got lucky. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've just never really been, like, weird with girls. I mean, all men are weird with girls, let's be real. But I grew out of it pretty early, I think.
I mean, I won't go into it, but let's just say even if you like aren't weird with girls, like you probably won't get laid. I'm just gonna say that. Don't want to get into it, but that's all I'm gonna say.
I was sure, but you can. It's totally possible. I mean, for me, the reason why I got laid in high school was just because I had, like, a really cool, like, girl, not girlfriend, but friend who was a girl, who was, like, into open relationships. Maybe if I hadn't met her, or I hadn't been friends with her, like, I never would have, like, gotten laid in high school. It would have, I had to wait till, like, college, you know? But,
Yeah.
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 But she was cool. There are cool girls out there. Like, not every girl is like this, like, stuck-up Stacy who's just, like, looking for a ring on the finger or anything. There are plenty of, like, really chill.
I know that, but like, and by the way, that's why I said you could have gotten lucky. But I mean, also, I just want to address the fact that you seem to have the impression that like I'm only an incel because of the broader incel community. Just want to say, do not align myself with the broader incel community. I'm an individual, baby. I arrive at my ideas because they seem logically sound to me, and also because of my personal experience. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, my impugning hasn't been because of your any community I imagine you're a part of. My main issue, like, I'm pretty sure I've seen chat logs from you that looked pretty sus when I saw them. So, like, I think it's your behavior more than anything that might be doing you over. You are. I'm not trying to ad hom or anything like that, but didn't you say some weird shit about, like, Asian girls or, like, rape or something in somebody else's chat or something like that?
Listen, about the rape thing, I just want to say that person that sent the messages to you, fuck them, because they didn't debate me at all or have a conversation with me about it at all. So.
All right, duly noted. What would the conversation have been about, just out of curiosity? Hello?
Okay. internet troubles. Anyways, fuck that person, they're a snake. Anyways,
Wait, but
yeah,
what would the
about those chat.
conversation have been about?
Listen, all right. I got mad at a person for some reasons I don't want to get into, and I said some stuff that might trigger them because I wanted to trigger them. But I don't actually think rape is okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, sometimes people can see jokes like that. Like, okay, just speaking as a person who was pretty awkward in high school, I guess contrary to popular belief, sometimes you can make jokes like that and they land to like some people, but a lot of people hear them and it doesn't land with them, and then you get like hit with a reputation. So just make sure you're not throwing around the edgy memes in high school, okay? Because that shit's lady killer, but in the bad way.
I mean, trust me, I engage online very different from how I engage IRL.
All right, any final memes you want to hit me with before I defeat the Ender Dragon?
Good luck, and you're white.
Okay. Won the debate at the end there. Not much I can do about that. Okay, it's about time. How many calls has that been today? 4? 5? Samnio Static is in Collins chat. Wait, about what? Samnio and I agree on too much. I like disagreements. I want to debate you on what, Samnio? Your chat logs are broken, my dude? That sounds like a white Nervosa problem. Haha. What about me? Well, hold on. We've been doing non-stop talking for 3 hours. I will beat this fucking dragon. Practice MLG water bucket strat or you will lose. What's the Featherfall potion require? Slow falling. It requires a phantom membrane. That'll take some finagling. You can get one while you debate. Well, it'll take like a day or two. Aren't your boots already feather falling? Yeah, that's true. I already have feather falling 3. I feel like that should be sufficient. I slept recently, Polynova. Make sure you have water. I have water. Okay, we're doing this. Arrow, we got this. Switch that there. We'll switch the crossbow to... No. There. Get a new shield? Yeah, I'll get a new shield. We have the golden apples. The Eye of Ender. Do you plan on still streaming after beating the dragon? Yeah, of course. What the fuck else am I gonna do with my life? You gotta bring a rig to take the egg? What? Sorry, Prego Maego. I love you. Never forget. Grab some spare pearls. Don't have them. 3 mushrooms? Take some more blocks? God damn it, you guys. Fire resistance, swiftness. I don't want 2 fire resistance. I want regeneration. Regeneration. Swiftness. I don't know if fire resistance is going to do any good, but we'll take that. Three stacks of blocks and lots of arrows? Holy fucking god, you guys. Do I... Really? Even with fully enchanted diamond armor? I'm not taking beds. Fuck off. God damn it. Sure. Okay, let's go farm some more. Woo. Who's up next? Thanks, Fat Boy. Oh yeah, Fat Boy, didn't you want to talk? This person has called me 5 times, which leads me to believe they really want to talk. I'm just going to do them real quick. Hello?
Oh, what's up, Vosh? Sorry, I didn't mean to fucking call you 5 times.
Well, don't worry. It was no, wait, it was actually exactly 5 times. What's up?
Alright, so, I don't really understand, like, revolutionaryism. Is that how you fucking say it?
Revolutionary politics. What are you impugning?
Like, I don't know, because it seems to be like a revolution is like a roll of the dice sometimes.
Oh yeah,
Like,
totally.
yeah, so I feel like advocate for like a revolution could be like dangerous. Whenever you could like advocate more for like liberal like elections and voting policies in.
Well, I have 2 counter arguments to that. The first one is that I don't believe it's possible to electorally get rid of capitalism. And the second one is that I believe a revolution is inevitable anyway, and that our goal should simply be to be the strongest faction when that time comes.
Okay, but if a revolution is inevitable, then yeah, I get it, but like, should we be like pushing for a revolution?
I think we should be exacerbating economic conditions which lead to revolution, yes, because that will build class consciousness.
Oh, so you wanna make it worse for people to live here, so they want to like revolt? Is that what you're saying?
No, strikes are a form of economic accelerationism because they're heightening the class contradiction, the internal agitations of capitalism. But I don't think strikes makes the lives of workers worse. Usually it ends up in their favor, long run. So that's my general argument.
Okay, well, yeah. I don't know. Like, I get the prediction that a revolution is inevitable, especially like recently with like fucking crazy shit has been and how much civil unrest there's been. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's sort of dangerous to advocate for a revolution, and I know I know your audience hates libs, but
What do you mean by advocate for? Because in some cases I agree.
Like, promotes to be like, yeah, I'm a revolutionary. Like, I'm down to revolt, man. I can't wait until the revolution, and we're gonna kill the capitalists and the landlords. I feel like
I don't do any of that. I agree. I think that's irresponsible. I think we're setting up the I think we're setting up the dominoes before we finish like laying the floor.
Okay. Yeah. So like, just sort of setting up like a, hey guys, socialism is good, just so you know. Then like a revolution happens, and they're like, okay, well, just got told that socialism was good, so we should have a socialist revolution rather than a fascist one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Like basically, like, I do believe a revolution is inevitable. On a historical timeline, it absolutely is. I mean, the universe is going to be around for a very long time. I am pretty confident something's going to happen between now and the end of the universe. A revolution will happen eventually, and if you subscribe to like a Marxist interpretation of how history works, that revolution it's going to be about economic relations, and it will be either a fascist revolution or a socialist revolution, or possibly both, and we'll see who wins. My goal is to spread class consciousness, to get people in a mindset where like you said, if a revolution does happen, like, I think socialism does sound pretty good. Right now, if we had a revolution, at this moment, it would be a fascist one. America would be a fascist. Yeah.
So many Nazis now.
Yeah. So we need to... people who advocate for it, like, right now, I think, are very irresponsible. I think they just like the feeling of the... being the revolutionary, the wind rushing through their hair, but the actual, like, victory, the making people's lives better part, whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but, like... if you think about it, like, if you like advocate for like socialist policies in like a democratic election, that becomes sort of part of the system, and isn't that what revolutions are all about, being like upset with the system? So if socialism becomes like one and one with the system, revolution happens and they're like, well shit, socialism is also part of the problem. Let's fucking get rid of that too.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I do, yeah. I just don't think socialism can be a part of the system without the revolution. After socialism is the system, should that ever happen, then obviously I would hope whatever revolution would take place would be one to move us towards anarchism, or like an even further, more radical leftist set of policies, you know?
Why don't you think that socialism can't be achieved through like liberal processes?
Because socialism would require the expropriation of capital from the business class, from the bourgeois. I don't think it's possible to vote that in. I think that the electoral political system is too subject to their interests to ever take that away from them. Like imagine like voting to seize all capital. Like really think about what an unbelievable political upset that would be. That would be like, God, it'd be like let me think, like what's even, I don't know, it would be like 14th century France and being able to like vote out the Catholic Church. It would be like voting out the pharaoh. It's too foundational. I don't think it can be done. I think violence is the only way, unfortunately, but it's gonna come either way. So
I just I disagree here, because I feel like you don't have to take it from, like, you don't have to seize all capital at once. You know, it could be a slow process. You know, you take the house from the roof down. You don't have to just go to the foundation and destroy that first. Like, you put like more and more policies to like affect the church, if you're using the church analogy. And eventually the church loses power, the people lose faith in the church, and the church falls. See what I'm saying? It'd be a slower process, but I feel like it would be much safer than a revolution.
I agree, but that would be the revolutionary condition I'm referring to. Because my argument would be, and this has happened many times throughout history, is that as the bourgeois in America recognize that they are slowly having their capital taken from them through policy, through legal, means, they will revolt against it. They will back right-wing paramilitary groups. They will consolidate hard to buy out politicians. They will do anything and everything they can. This has happened a lot in Latin American governments. It's happened in the Middle East and Southeast Asia as well. It's like the tipping point. If you get too far, something will come for you. Keep in mind that because of the way capitalism is global now, the bourgeois of nations are intertwined with one another, meaning that, and this is what America has been doing for a century now, if it looks like socialism might be electorally achieved in one government, America will come down and crack down on them, funding paramilitary groups, right-wing groups, that kind of thing, deposing of the leader. That's what I think would happen here, basically. If we got close enough electorally, then maybe the European Union, or maybe China, they're capitalist, would say like, hey, American businesses, having some trouble over there, and then it would be on. But if we could do it through reform without violent reprisal, that would be ideal.
I don't know. I feel like we can, just fucking crack down on that traditional firm, crack down on all of that. Before you seize all of the capital, you just make it harder for more capital to be, what am I trying to say, made, like through traditional means. You promote worker co-ops, traditional firms will fall and the worker co-ops will grow and become more and more profitable. And it's going to be more like just less of a tipping point and more of like just like a, hey, they're being phased out. The capital owners will somehow have to find another way to feel successful, to be successful. They could,
It's possible. Just historically, it tends to not go that well. Especially since American capital is the best capital. I mean, we're the wealthiest country on earth. So we have a massive, or at least the bourgeois in this country, have a massive vested interest in preserving the power relations of this country. But I mean, I would agree, like that would be ideal. Lefties are too quick to trend towards revolution. I don't think they recognize how bloody and how often unsuccessful they can be. If we could do this electorally, that would be desirable. But until then, I think we should be sharpening our swords. And if we get to put them down at the end of one day, like if we get to go like, oh, we never needed to worry, then like that'd be phenomenal. But I think historically, it's just more likely things go poorly.
But has a revolution, like if you're not a tanky, has a revolution ever actually like worked? in favor of the proletariat? Because I feel like it hasn't, or at least it hasn't for like a good enough time.
I think
Only has for like a couple of months or years.
I think what's happening right now in Cuba and in Vietnam are both very preferable. Oh, these guys are tough. Both very preferable to what would have happened if they had been left exclusively to American geopolitical interests, especially Cuba. Especially Cuba.
So you're saying that if it wasn't for America, that Cuba would be a proletariat state? Is that what you're saying?
Cuba is currently pretty close to a proletariat state. No, I'm making the, or at least by previous standards. No, the argument I'm making is that right now Cuba is better for its revolution than it would have been if it had been subject to American interest. Like if you look at what we've done to like American Samoa or like Puerto Rico and stuff, like these countries are like territories. They're like fucked, you know, because they're American colonial acquisitions. Cuba would have been much the same, but we didn't get our hands on them. So yeah, Vietnam's also in a relatively decent place. Keep in mind, I'm still very critical of these countries for myriad reasons, but I'm also critical of American geopolitical interests, so I have to thread that needle.
So do you believe that a revolution is coming again in like these countries in Cuba and Vietnam? No. Or do you think that it's being voted in slowly or being achieved slowly? The liberal way.
In Cuba, that actually is happening, but in Cuba, there isn't a bourgeois class. Cuba is currently laxing its authoritarian tendencies and allowing more worker ownership of some of the firms. I think right now about 30% of Cuba is worker owned, like with regards to the capital. That's incredible. That's better than any other country on earth, I think. And that's being done electorally, but the only reason that's able to be done is because there wasn't a bourgeois class to seize it from to begin with. It's being taken from the state. I'm no fan of state ownership, but I am proud of where Cuba has been going and is headed right now.
Well, what happened to the USSR is they became more lax, and then basically, like, what the fuck are they now? Like, still a totalitarian government. They're still an oppressive regime. Like, that's my issue, is that a revolution has never, like...
But not all revolutions are the same. The revolution of the USSR was led by military groups, that worked to depose the Tsar, fought amongst each other, one seized control, and then they established a top-down autocracy with the supreme leader. Whereas what I'm advocating for here in this country is as peaceful and legal an acquisition of power as possible until an inevitable tipping point is reached, at which point we do everything in our power to seize capital and, take control of the existing power relations without devolving into authoritarianism.
Oh, okay, I understand. I misunderstood what you meant. All right, so you're go through liberal reform, and then there's going to be a tipping point, like that's what Marx predicted. There's going to be a tipping point, and then at that point, we'll be prepared because we've been sharpening our swords while we've been doing all this reform. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And if it ends up not being necessary, all the better. Fuck it. Fighting sucks.
All right. Yeah, that's all right. That's all I wanted to know. All right. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on to speak with me. Seriously. Are you from... I'm just curious because you're a liberal. I know most of my audience is leftist. Are you from Destiny's community, or are you just a liberal who likes my content?
Funnily enough, I'm from Hunter Avalon's community. Back whenever I was a conservacuck, I was pretty close to being a Zionist conservative. I wasn't a Nazi because I'm Jewish, so it's kind of Nazi Jewish. Yeah, I was like a Zionist conservative for a while, and then fucking Hunter, he had the debate with you, and I was like, fuck, I got destroyed. I gotta look into this guy. Fucking radicalized me, but to the point where I was like, well, I'm not really a revolutionary, but like I understand like the point of you're coming from, like at least now. Yeah, I'm just a libertarian socialist. That's what I like to call myself.
That is fine and dandy. That is fine by me, comrade. Thank you. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, anyone in this country who is of the opinion that it is fair and fine and ethical to bring about worker control of the means of production, that workers should dictate the course of their lives, they should have a say in the firm's policies. As far as I'm concerned, those people are all my allies, no matter what degree to which they agree with me on other issues. Oh, they can't. Oh, they can't be a Nazi as well. I'm sorry. There are a lot of Nazbols who do agree with that, but are also Nazis. Gotta knock
Yeah,
those
true,
people
true.
out too.
All right. Well, I appreciate the conversation. I gotta go edit a video. So
Feelings mutual.
thank you for
Have fun with the
this.
video editing. Do you have a channel?
Unfortunately, yeah, I do, but I haven't posted a video yet. I'm working on the Wall Street Journal shit where they're like, "Police systemic racism doesn't exist."
Yep.
I'm working on like refuting that. I don't just sent you a link to my channel, but
Wait,
yeah,
wait. Shout it out. You don't need to send me a link. Say it out loud.
well, it's Will Allen. I mean, it's my fucking name.
There's
It's not really
there's Will fucking Allen. Hell yeah. Everyone's gonna remember that, okay?
All right. Well, yeah, I gotta go just prove the Wall Street Journal. So
Good
thank you
luck.
for this.
Fuck the Wall Street Journal. Have a good one, okay?
The Wall Street too.
I really did not expect that good faith of a conversation for somebody who called me 5 times before I picked up. Whew. Oh, man. This is it. This is the call-in. Ugh. Ugh. How are you picking people right now, lol? People are just, like, messaging me on Discord. I don't know. We open the Discord up again. Can I catch up on donos, please? Nicard Dixon with the $10. Thank you. Feel pretty good. Sent an Anit Antifa person PhilosophyTube's videos on Facebook cringe, and he acknowledges he was incorrect and now supports them. Oh, fuck yeah. Anti-Antifa person. Gotcha. Not Anit Antifa. Gotcha. Fuck yeah, comrade. Get him over. Lord Xenu with a tier 1 sub. What is your favorite Fooly Cooley? Original, progressive, or alternative? Do not ever suggest that I may or may not enjoy FLCL progressive or alternative again. Obviously, the original is the only good one. Fuck you. How do you feel your preparedness in video games relates to your politics? Shut the fuck up, Cinder. Lord Crocodile with the tier 2 sub. Hi, Iskander Soren is my name on YouTube, but I figure it's time to sub up. Welcome to the chat. Metroid Prime 2 is my favorite, so I hope that's the one you'll decide to play. Metroid Prime 2 is my favorite as well. Metroid Prime 1 is a masterpiece. Prime 2 somehow improved on it. And Prime 3 was like, it was good. Prime 3 was good. Mouse the tier 3 sub. Vosh help, the enemy stand has my credit card. No! Don't make me feel bad. Thank you, Mouse. I really appreciate that. Sape Int with the $5. I like Bo the 5th column, and I have seen the Distributists video on my debate with Count Dankula. I found it amusing. Soros is a palindrome? Very true. It is. Vosh Cringe with the $5. Jocko Willink posted a video that was actually pretty based and moving in case you're interested. I over 1 million views. I didn't realize Jocko Willink was this big. Police, protesters, people, Jocko Willink. Jocko is definitely a reactionary. Oh my god, I didn't realize his YouTube, his podcast has nearly 1 million subs. Holy shit, I had no idea he was this. I have to get him on. I wonder if I could get on his podcast. I would fly in Corona season to go there. Imagine me sitting across from Jocko Willink. I'm a big dude, but I would look so small next to him. Oh shit. I want to talk with him about masculinity. I wonder if I can get him on gender fluidity or something. I wonder if I'm like, yeah, I'm a real man. I love manly shit too, dog. And you know what I think is manly as fuck? Living your life and presenting yourself however you want, not letting society get in your way. If you want to wear programming knee socks and a skirt while browsing Reddit and looking at the relative dimensions of butt plugs and comparing it to what you already have in your drawer, I think that's pretty fucking based. Something like that. I don't know. I feel like I could get him. I feel like I maybe. We'll see. Breadwinning with the $10. I'd love to have a convo about automation and the role it has to solving the you must work problem. Yeah, true, but here's the... Okay, oh god. Listen, it'll have to be in the future because I'd have to do research for that convo. Currently, I like work. I think people should work. The work should just be good. I don't like the idea of a society where everyone's just like, just do whatever, bro. I think work builds social cohesion, and I think it can be deeply fulfilling under the right circumstances. But I know a lot of people disagree. I would need to do more research. Da-da. Billy Droko with the $5. Furry Gang Rise Up. True. Mask of the Red Death with the $20. Thank you, comrade. Let's talk Yang, anarchism, and government restructuring. Right now, hey, listen, I love you all. Don't ever donate to ask for a convo because I literally just choose based on which looks like the funniest. I never think like which conversation is gonna bring about the most interesting discourse. I just look, and if it looks funny, I go for it. You know, it's my weakness. But maybe I'll do more call-ins soon. Apparently, I'm gonna hit 100,000 subscribers soon, so we'll have to do a call-in stream for sure then. Title Punk Roller Girl with the $5. Pulling out my Aspie card to say retard is better for describing the Nazi mindset because their sense of empathy and rationality has been retarded. Very true, comrade. Very true. Danger Noodle, thank you, and enjoy the Dick's Blade mod at the tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. And Pessimist with $10. Autism, essentialism, I weird champ. Hey, listen, it takes all kinds. Love you too, Fat Boy. Oh, we have to talk to Fat Boy. Why do we have to talk to Fat Boy? I forget. Versace Main with the $5. I offer you this $5 to start pronouncing homogeneous as homogeneous instead of homogeneous. Cheers, Vosh. I'll try my best. Listen. Somniostatic with the incredibly generous $50 donation. Thank you so much, my dude. You can't handle my hot takes. Maybe. I feel bad when people donate to talk with me or anything. I really do just like pick like what looks fun, you know. Ugh. We're definitely having ourselves some chats today. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I can't believe Guys, can I seriously not just do the Ender Dragon? This feels ridiculous. How many arrows do I need? A stack? I have a stack. Did you see Dr. Karen challenge you to challenge her to a debate? Yeah, that was a few days ago. We already memed about it. You just need like 64? I have 64! Can we... Yeah, they just want me to keep playing Minecraft. Okay, I am getting so many Discord messages right now. Holy shit. This person is saying I am against free speech and they've already started calling me. I guess that's your standard practice now? Sure. Okay. Hello?
Yo.
Alright, hit me up.
Well, I just, okay, I don't think that you're like a terrible person for it, but I just don't think you're very pro free speech, honestly. From what you've said, you sound like you are for censoring people who have harmful opinions.
What do you mean? Okay, first of all, because I like to keep track of this. Are you from anyone else's community, or are you just in my community?
Oh, actually, you introduced me to the left. Before that, I was pretty... I just cared about truth, mostly.
Okay, I'm doing my job, I guess, then. All right. Okay, in what way do you think I want to censor people with views I don't like?
Well, you're not exactly clear, so I need you to clarify first. Do you think the government should do it?
No, I don't believe the government should censor anyone unless they're engaging like threats or like incitement to violence or extremely overt stuff like that. I feel like the United States of America censorship laws with regards to incitement to violence, that kind of stuff, are right now in a pretty decent place. I don't believe in like hate speech laws.
Well, fuck. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
I just didn't understand what you meant. I didn't understand what you meant at all.
Oh, ain't nothing. When I say like I'm okay with some people being deplatformed, what I'm saying is I think that private companies should have the legal right to curtail like the users of their site, that kind of stuff, you know. And I think it's good for free speech for people like neo-Nazis to not really have a voice online.
Well, I think it is good actually.
Sure. How so?
Well, from what I can tell, from how I debate with people, because that's mostly what I've always done. I've always been interested in finding opinions I don't agree with and finding why I don't agree with them. I think the best way to engage with them is to first give them a platform. and then point out why they're wrong from a point of view that essentially, if you go in with the mindset that you can always move your opinion, they'll always be willing to move their own. If you both have a mutual agreement that your opinions can change in the course of a debate, they're completely willing to.
Yeah, okay, that's my issue. They never have that opinion. I've never talked to a Nazi who was willing to engage in good faith in my entire life.
Well, I have.
Okay.
Now, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if we're checking the same source.
Okay,
but,
so let me rephrase that. It is entirely possible that individual Nazis are willing to engage in good faith, but Nazis as a unit, as a political movement, are not. And the Nazi interlocutors, the large content creators these people get their views from, do not adjust their views in accordance with the evidence. They don't act in good faith. All having them online does, people like Sargon of Akkad, who's not a Nazi, but is probably going to be there in 2 years, Nick Fuentes, those types, having them online, all it really does is expose people to radicalizing ideas they would not have been exposed to otherwise.
So here's point of contention, I suppose. But at what point do we start removing people from the platform? Because from what I can tell, you wouldn't be angry with like leaving just one Nazi alone online who's presenting his views if he's being challenged on them, right?
I think it's up to the company. I think that the company that's hosting whatever discussion is being had online has a right to have a TOS and to enforce that TOS.
Yeah, but then we're trusting companies to moderate, and
yeah, because it's their platform.
They can be subject to racism and whatnot, can't they?
Yeah, of course they can. But I think that fundamentally, like, I know this makes me sound like a corporatist or something, but like, if the platform is the property of the company, I think the company has like a moral and legal right to curtail who uses that. We've believed that for all of human history. If you own something, you get to decide how other people use it. The only public commons are those owned by the government. So
okay, but like then we're moving away from what morally should be done and more just what legally should be done.
Oh,
I mean,
morally,
yeah,
I think that's the case.
The right to curtail that.
Morally, I'd still defend that.
Okay, but then at what point do they determine who gets to and who doesn't?
Well, right now, websites can only engage in this behavior in accordance with, at least in the United States, with the way in which we use protected classes as a legal code. So websites cannot discriminate against people for their race, gender, so on and so forth. But political opinions are a categorization which people and corporations are legally allowed to discriminate against. I think that's acceptable. So, so Twitter couldn't just start banning black people, you know?
But let's say we have a website that becomes extremely popular, almost identical to YouTube, but it has an even more right-leaning agenda, and it just only props up these, and it becomes itself like a colony of creating people who just move straight to the alt-right. What do we do then?
I mean, I think that's their right to do that. We already have stuff like that. Sites like Gab, DLive to an extent, these sites are pretty dicey. When it comes to their user bases, BitChute, Subscribestar, you know, they have their types. I don't think we should do anything about that legally. My argument will be that people won't want to use those sites because they'll be inhabited by the worst humans. And so far, I've been right. DLive, Gab, BitChute are all tiny. They're minuscule compared to the platforms that I get to use. And I think the reason for that, fundamentally, in addition to the fact that YouTube and Twitter and such got to the bread first, is because nobody wants to be around these people. They're just insufferable. I think that's kind of an inherent deterrent, you know?
But then we have like... Right? That's kind of irritating how that can just fester on.
Oh, you cut out. I'm sorry.
Oh, then we have talk that's like dog whistling. And at first I didn't really agree that it existed. Then I kind of picked up on it. Then I figured out that, okay, yeah, this is just completely just trying to direct you in a certain way of thinking. That stuff gets put out there en masse, even on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true. I think that YouTube... Wait, 1, 2, 3... Wait, shit. 9, 11... Okay, we're good. Perfect. I think that YouTube could probably do a significantly better job with adhering to its TOS. That's one of my main criticisms of TOS. I'm sorry, of YouTube. It's that they don't really hold to their TOS. Like, for example, Steven Crowder was 100% engaging in the targeted harassment of that Vice dude, or Vox dude, Carlos Maza, for being gay. The fact that YouTube only just like demonetized the channel is like pretty disappointing. I think they could have held to that a little bit better.
But that's the flaw of YouTube. That's like the problem, that it's a private corporation that they can just kind of go milk toast on it.
But a government would have to allow even more. The government couldn't ban anyone. It's the public commons, you know?
Oh man, I think we just got off track from my original point that I am all of it goes or none of it does.
Oh yeah, I disagree. Do you agree that death threats should go? That they should be removed from the platform?
That's not putting forth an idea. That's just putting forth a threat. So from all of it, I mean, within U.S. standards, I agree with U.S. standards.
All right. What about the idea that Jews are degenerate enemies of Western civilization, and that now we're not calling for violence here, but our civilization is under immediate threat and will be destroyed unless somebody takes action against the threats to our society. Do you see how, even though that's an idea that I just expressed, I'm pretty implicitly calling for violence?
Yeah, but that's where the whole other thing comes in, where I believe that freedom of speech is a muscle, and unless you use it, you lose it. And so I think that people should recognize that that's immediately something they should be addressing. And that's something we don't do on the left, right? We don't really, we just kind of ignore them, say that this is a stupid argument and it should never be engaged with.
Well, not me, certainly.
What?
Well, not me, certainly. I mean, my whole channel is about engaging with these arguments, no?
Well, you kind of make fun of them and kick them off, right? They don't leave there feeling like they've changed at all. They feel like they won or they wrecked out and they epic.
Yeah, but that's the only thing that can happen. Nazis don't come on here to legitimately change my mind. They try to change the mind of my audience. And likewise, that's what I try to do with them. When I have a Nazi on here, my main goal isn't really to, like, change their mind. It's to criticize the ideas that they have in as severe a manner as possible.
Okay, well, actually, I think I'll just call it there because I want to just leave with one parting message. First off, my real thing I want to tell you, and I want you to keep in mind, is I want you to open up every debate with someone who's clearly like going to be like a crypto fascist. I want you to open it up with saying, if you can provide me, you've tweeted this earlier actually and got in trouble for it. If you can provide me with any real evidence, I will 100% move on it and give engaging with them in real good faith and make them feel like they're at least being legitimately taken into account, because that tends to go miles. But
sure, I don't think they care that. I don't think they'd believe me if I said it. But I mean, my issue with Nazism isn't that they're Nazis; it's that they have shit ideas. Every time I talk to a Nazi, it's like pulling teeth. They're so stupid. So, like, that's my issue.
There's a lot of stupid people out there. And I just realized there might be a problem, too, because you're on a much larger scale. People recognize you when they call in. When they call in with me, they're kind of walking into it blindly, right? So I guess I can give you some credit there. Like, that's true, that they might be coming in with an already contrarian mindset, right?
Yeah, well, because they don't engage in bad faith. They can't. There's a deliberate irrationality to Nazism that I don't think really allows for reasoned conversation on the issue. In my experience, like, I mean, all these people that I've engaged with, like, who's honest, like, of them? Nick Fuentes, like, James Alsup, like, Vincent James, like, where is the? I guess, like, I've never met him. Like, I've never met, like, the honest, earnest Nazi who just wants to convince. Actually, I did meet one. I met one, and it was that Nazbol kid. He seemed to legitimately want to change my mind. The issue was, nothing I gave him changed his. Every single point he laid out to me, I had factual evidence to rebuke it, and then the next time he came on, he just came back with more. Like, he wasn't actually interested in changing his viewpoint. He just wanted to, like, challenge mine, you know? That's just been my experience.
All right. Well, I don't want to get in the way of your run, so I can tell we're pacing back and forth. So I don't want to ruin.
Fine, it's a valid disagreement. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, a couple things. Trans rights first. Second, you are white, and also love you guys.
I love you too. Be well.
You too.
Kind of loud on the onset there. We've had so many pleasant convos today. I need to do call-ins more often. I might actually clip all this together into a stream. Like a video, sorry. So what is this, like 6, 7 high-quality convos? They used to be worse than this. Okay. No talking to anyone while we do this. Load up. Whoa. Okay. Great. Okay. Okay. I have no idea what to do. You, like, shoot the... If I remember correctly, you shoot these things. They've got... It heals from them. Oh. We made that one mad. Okay, we're not looking at any Enderman. Guys, what do golden apples do again? I have 7 of them. This one's in a fucking cage, so I have to go up there. Regenerate health? Okay. Wait, why? I didn't look at this one. Why? Oh yeah, I gotta have the water to put down. Look at the floor and they won't aggro. Yeah, I didn't look at those guys, though. Oh. Oh, wait, it's attacking something. Boy, those are tall. Hey. Those ones are low. The ones over there are low. We start early. We start low. Get low. Get low. Bring slow fall? We don't got slow fall, baby. Oh, that's right. We have the triple shot thing. I don't know how useful that's going to end up being here. I don't know the... Chill. Can I knock that back? I should be able to, right? It makes the same noise as the ghast attack. No? Fuck. A little higher. Nice. Okay. Didn't mean to do that, but it didn't hit any Enderman. That's cool. I get that. I totally can. Yes, got it! Hey, oh, whoa, 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 whoa! I'll just eat one now. I have 7 of them. Oh, that's right, I have ender pearls. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can use these for fall safety. Felt like a waste. I have 6 more, shut up. Somebody said I can fire this. Oh, didn't mean to. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get that with arrows. Hold on. Hey, chill. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. All right, easy way. Go. Nice. Go team. Is that the X-Men cartoon theme? I've never actually known where that's from. It's just been in the back of my head for like my whole life. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. It's a fucking bop though. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I'm bopping. Killing in the name. Yeah, exactly. Hey, pretty chill so far. So far, so good. This one's another easy. We're gonna kill some more Endermen after this, okay? So we get more pearls. It's the Deus Ex theme. It's similar to the Deus Ex theme, but I don't think it's exactly the same. Sick. Give me your pearls. That one didn't have that. Okay, the crystals don't come back, right? No? Okay. Can I get... Can I get... I love the jokes about being racist right now because I'm killing black people. You guys are very funny and original right now. You are just nailing that. Have you guys considered doing stand-up? Only 3. That is so tall. That is so tall. We can water our way down. I wish you were doing this during the BLM stream. Oh, yeah. Use water to get down? Yeah, we're gonna use water to get down. Oh god, it's exposed! Ah! Go! Don't bother me! We're getting there. Yeah, I should have shot the other one from up there. That was so dumb of me. I forgot that I could snipe them. What if I believed? Cool. How did those get? Oh, they must have been shot. How many more? I can shoot that one. Ooh. Not unless you get... Not if you get in the way. I know I can get that one. What are your thoughts on Medicare's Twitter meltdown? Wait, what Medicare meltdown took place? Oh, I can get that one for sure. Wait, what did he say? Did he go on like a Nazi meltdown or was it unrelated? He's just fuming about the riots? Oh, like... Gotcha. Okay. Fuck, I keep forgetting it's already loaded. Got him. Did the Digi-Medicare debate ever happen? Yeah, got it! Is that it? Now the real fight begins. Let's fucking go! Yeah, fucking kill those ender dudes. Chill. want that pearl. Oh, they're mad. Hey, not at me. Okay. Not at me! Get down here. Can you get closer? I only have so many fucking arrows. Hit the dragon with your sword when it comes down? Yeah, I'm waiting. Oh yeah, I have to wait by the bedrock. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. Are you responding to my... You totally are. Why are you responding to my face? Why are you responding to the direction I'm facing? How does that work? Go. When are you gonna kill the Wither? Listen, this is just meant to be a little fucking charity thing. Okay, chill. Hey! God, what? Oh! Whoa! I threw it at the last microsecond! What the fuck happened there? Stop! That's what I was talking about? Is that like a bug? Go. Why? Just use arrows? It has so much health! I only have so many arrows! Chill. Doing it again. Okay, there. That was better. Use the water bucket next time? I'm cool, thanks. Literally just use your arrows? There are a finite number of them. There are finite arrows. Okay, there we go. The feet. The feet are safe. How many arrows do I have left? 54. Actually, more than I thought. Probably doesn't mean I should be missing them. Did Notch do something sketchy? Notch is like a Nazi, I think. Is he a Nazi or just a fascist? Oh. Why? Notch echoed the whole "it's okay to be white" thing. It is possible to be a white nationalist without being a neo-Nazi, but boy howdy is there overlap. Oh, Notch is a JQer? Oh, he is a JQer? Oh, okay. Imagine being a billionaire and being that fucking sad. He's also transphobic? Well, that goes without saying. Those are some very strange hitboxes. Yeesh. Yeesh. Was this difficult before? Did they up the difficulty? Use potions? Yeah, sure. Actually, no. Fuck you. There we go. Nice, Sanderhall. You're not going to get me excited about Minecraft 2, but I'm happy you are. You guys want to hear some super true shit? You want to hear the truest shit you've ever heard in your life? Okay? Even if you're cynical about something, there is nothing worse than somebody who enjoys taking away other people's excitement. Those are the worst people. It doesn't matter how dumb the thing is that's making the other person excited, unless it's something actively harmful or whatever. But if they're just excited about some dumb, innocuous shit you don't get, okay? Fucking amen, alright? Do you have any idea how hard life is these days? Holy shit, just let them live. And facilitate their enjoyment. Let me guess, under half health so it attacks more often now? Will you do a Last of Us 2 stream? Probably. I never played 1. That's why I never understood the hate for Guy Fieri. Well, Guy Fieri is viscerally disgusting. That's the issue with Guy Fieri. What did he do? It's not what he did, it's what he is. Fuck. Weird. He's just a guy who loves terrible food. What's so bad about that? Listen, as somebody who just doesn't like watching other people eat that much, as someone who's not into your mukbang ASMR bullshit, okay? Watching Guy Fieri roll up in his fucking flavor mobile, okay, to some fucking greasy ass dive bar where it's like, hey, look like you got some nice tacos, let's hear about them tacos, huh? And the guy says, yeah, we fry we fry pork loin, and then we form it into the shape of a tortilla, and then we put more pork loin in it. We call it pork loin taco. pork loin. And then cut to 14 minutes of Guy Fieri. Yeah, it's pretty good. I love the pork. Ugh. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Ah, the wings. Fuck. Have you ever watched Man vs. Food? Man vs. Food is at least like a challenge, you know? Really bad optics. Oh, they're mad. Oh, they're all mad. Guys, if you want like a food show, watch Anthony Bourdain, okay? God rest his soul. Can you imagine if the roles were reversed? Swap the genders. The two genders. Anthony Bourdain and Guy Fieri. Can you imagine if it was Guy Fieri going to like Taiwan to go chill with like a local government official while eating like authentic street noodles or something? And it was Anthony Bourdain in like a pickup driving around the Midwest like eating grease buckets? That's pretty good. Hey, dude, chill. Cringe. T-Mac 34. I'd have to think on it a little. Hold on. Oh, yes. No, wait, why? Why? Why does it do that? What? Okay, I looked at this one. I know I looked at. Guy Fieri is actually fucking based. I'm sure Guy Fieri is a great dude. I'm not insulting him. It's the aesthetic of the show. Also, I'm killing the Ender Dragon as quickly as I can. This guy's cycles are a bitch. God, dude. The fucking Anthony Bourdain Guy Fieri shop. Yeah, over here, I'm here in Taiwan with, Chung Lu. Chung Lu's some kind of, well, I can tell you what, he loves a good noodle. Chung Lu, I hear you're like, the real China? Guy Fieri says while, like, consuming an entire bucket of noodles. The reverse would be the reverse wouldn't be as funny, but it would be deeply satisfying. Fucking Bourdain. I find myself. What's his voice? What does he sound like? I find myself. No. I want to disrespect the man. Got a lot of respect. I find myself. Is that last one close? I find myself... I think that one was pretty okay. That one was pretty okay. He said that a lot, I find myself. I guess he never really did. Down here. Why? I find myself here at the Burger Bucket. Here in this sleepy Midwestern town. The Midwest has been devastated over the past 40 years by the death of the automobile industry, and you can feel that impact here as I breathe in. I don't know. Listen, he had a script, okay? It didn't hit. I should. Okay. Thanks, Featherfall Boots. Oh, me ankles. I don't know why it didn't go out. I had the thing out. I even threw it. It just took forever to hit the ground. I'm really glad we got the crossbow. Ow. I like it a lot. We're taking you down by crossbow. Your time is nigh, End Dragon. Oh, that wasn't the last hit. Okay. End Dragon! Oh, Aurora, I don't know. Very unsettling noises, thank you. Yes, give me all the experience. And with that, I become the first American streamer to have ever defeated the Ender Dragon. And we did it in the speed run too. What the fuck is that? Throw a pearl into that thing? Xanderhall, should I actually do that? Or are you fucking with me? Yes, but don't miss. No guarantees. The fuck is this? Huh. Oh yeah, I never saw this content. That's the way back, I guess. Is that... Was that a deliberate noise, or was that a... What? We floating now, boys. Okay. Guess we'll just... What? Are those things homing? Oh! Can we chill over here? What are these things? End rod. And you? Wait. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. This is starting to get dangerous. Wait, hold on. Well, we found a roof. Guess we're taking this city from the top down. Stop. Ow. Thank God for those boots, dude. I don't get it. Shulker box, gotcha. Isn't there a cape? Oh, excuse me. Isn't there a cape somewhere? Or like a flying thing? An elytra. Wings. Ah, happy birthday, Dark Samus. You know I care. Okay, let's... What? You can do that too? Gotcha, Zan. Huh. Okay, that's just a trip straight down. There's nothing at the top. Okay, I don't think there's much of anything in this here city. Pick up the rods? What do the rods do? Just fancy torches? Oh, okay, thanks. Chill. There you are. Hold that thought, helpful. Cut down those trees and eat what it drops. Huh. Does it just randomly teleport me somewhere? I bet it does, and there was a high chance of me dying, wasn't there? But I didn't because I was lucky? Alright. I'm on to you. Get another shell? We'll find another one. Shit. I want to find those wings. Shit. This place is beautiful. You know what this reminds me of just a little bit? I don't think that island has much on it. This kind of reminds me of, Risk of Rain 2. I've played that a few times on stream. Which is the right way forward? I gotta play that game with Conyer. Of course, he can't be streaming while we play, but it'd be nice. Just build across. I can get pearls real easy. We're gonna call her, please? But I'm exploring. Oh, Conyer, wait, you're here. Can't wait to see you, man. Okay, there was more to this island. Oh yeah, I'm level 69. Don't get lost? Oh, I will. No need to come back. After we find these wings, I'm done with this save. Loading. That's a tough throw. I don't know. I still gotta kill the Wither and conquer a water temple. I beat the end dragon. Get off my back. I need more pearls. Sorry, bucko. I don't know what your existence is, but... can't be too good. That one's probably the next island we want to go to. I don't doubt it, Kanye. And yeah, for sure. Can't really throw that. Shit. These islands are all farther away than I would like them to be. Build a bridge? That's boring. Fine. Would you be willing to hop onto Big Joel's 24-hour charity stream? Yeah, of course I'd be willing to. It's just a matter of whether Big Joel will have me. I'm happy to network with other left-leaning YouTubers. It's on Twitch? Oh, never mind. Alright, we'll build. It's fucking diagonal. How's that ban appeal going? Don't talk to me about it. Don't know why that happened. Jeez. Oh, another city. That's nice. Ships will be in the city? Is that true? I thought the ships were up and floating. Yes, I love the void. Godspeed. Just like I planned it. Get it. Armor durability is fine. temptation. Never thought I would be doing content in Minecraft that I hadn't done before. What happens if it goes into the void? And so do I. That shield. Can you chill? You're fucking up my controls. Nothing happens if it goes into the void. Wait, is that true? So I could just be flinging them? Like a monkey? Well, that's certainly close enough. I need more pearls. Gimme. More than that. True, if you hit a wall over the void, that's that. I love you too, Zamina. Thank you. I do a politics stream tomorrow? I probably should. Kinda have to. So much stuff going on. Breaking shit news, holy fuck. What is it? Somebody tell me what that tweet is. I'm playing Minecraft. Blah, blah. Somebody drove into protesters and shot a guy in Seattle. That's probably not good. In Capitol Hill? Oh, the gay part of town. So far, they're both okay. How did Vosh get banned from Twitch? I got banned for pointedly and responsibly criticizing the policies of the Israeli government. Oh, thanks for helping me up the road. Oh my god. You know what? Yeah, take me up. It's like an elevator. Well, beetroot seeds, diamond leggings, efficiency and unbreaking diamond pickaxe. That's actually pretty excellent. Suppose I'll replace that. And probably pretty good to take as well. Don't really need the beetroot, but thanks, guys. Hey, thank you. Keep it evenly applied. Keep it going. Keep it going. That's right. Wait a second. That's outside. That's outside. Hmm. Oh, Diana, what have you been arguing about in chat? You have the chud tag. What's the chud tag? Very special people. He was saying some tanky shit? Oh, gotcha. Ain't nothing. God damn it. Jeez. Wish I had a fucking shield? I can't reliably shield this many, I don't think. Oh god. Okay, this is fine, because it's not going to get reset. Just go away! Jesus. In. Okay. This one has no ship? Yeah, but it might have cool stuff. Let me up. Up. Thank you. Ooh. What does an ender chest do again? Mending. New sword is excellent. Take the chest. Okay, so chill. It didn't work. You need silk touch? Well, that's gay. We're very straight here in this stream, okay? You can make one from 8 obsidian and ender eye? Oh, that's not hard to make. Man, these guys are actually pretty fucking annoying. Now that I really think about it. Can you justify using the F slur on the basis it yields greater rhetorical efficiency? Yeah, and I do. I do say faggot. I don't call people faggot, but I do say faggot. No, it does not, Hans Flemmenwerfer. I've found that using language like that helps put edgy gamer dude bros who would otherwise just ignore me for being like an oversensitive SJW a little more at ease. No. God damn it. I mean, Xanderhall, it's just a matter of numbers, right? Like, if it appeals to slightly more people to say faggot, then that's that. It's just, that's the math. That's the T, sis. Okay, nothing here. God, these boots are just... Mwah. I don't know how those missed. Nothing here either. All right. Let me out. Is that a nut? That's the ship! We're gonna go right up there and we're gonna throw the pearl, baby. Amazingly, Vosh didn't die before finding the ship. I have not died once this entire goddamn Minecraft playthrough. Well, Xander, maybe I'll play Minecraft again one day, but this really was just meant to be a speed run for the BLM stuff, and while it didn't end up being a speed run, it did end up being pretty fun, I think. Also, it's an excellent game to just talk to people during. Maybe I should just treat video... That is not... Man, these looked a lot closer from the ground. Maybe I should just treat video games like call-in streams. Gotta throw from up above. Now, I can't do that with all of them. Like, for example, with Alien Isolation, I can't. I need to be immersed in the game to have fun. With a lot of games, like Terraria, for example. Gaming streams should typically have TTS donos. I can only do so many of those before I fucking want to kill myself. This did not get me much higher than it. Alright. New fan. Hello, Cycle. Oh, man, guys. Wait. Can I just share something real personal with you? Just real personal-like, okay? Following that TikTok video, I have gotten a surge in subs, which could only be described as poggers. It is the largest jump I've ever gotten since doing this channel. I got 1.3 thousand for... I've gotten 1.3 thousand for 3 days in a row now, or thereabouts at least, in the ballpark. That is so crazy. Which TikTok? Oh, the TikTok. Oh, I never said this on stream. Wait, this is funny as fuck. Guys, that TikTok, that goddamn TikTok. Good, give me a young audience. I love it. I love shaping young minds or whatever. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. The other day... Hyena, are you here? The other day, I was just chilling. It was my... This was literally yesterday, I think. And, we got a knock at the door. And, I didn't think I had any packages, so I checked my security system. And it was my neighbor. And I thought, I do not interact with my neighbors. What the fuck is going on? But I'm not gonna, like, ignore her, you know? So, I opened up the door. I'm in my underwear. I'm in my underwear and a tank top, because I don't care. And she was like, hey, I don't know if this is weird, but are you this guy? And she held up her phone, which had the TikTok clip of me talking to AJW on it. Oh boy. We're gonna get to the safe zone over here real quick. Oh boy. Safety. Nice. Oh yeah, Charis Fruit can put me back on the ground, right? Yeah, it should just fly to the ship. Sorry, I'm just being jumpy. All right. What'd you tell her? Well, yeah, it's me. Well, I'm not ashamed of the work that I fucking do. It was so fun because she was like, oh, this whole time I knew you were a streamer because you said, because when I moved in, I was like, I might be loud from time to time. Sorry, I do online streaming, which I think is like a fair courtesy to give to my neighbors. She was like, I thought you were a video game streamer. I always wondered what, and my son wondered what games you played. I didn't know you did this, and we talked for a bit, and she really liked it. Really cute. Potions of healing. Oh shit. Okay. Cool. Sharpness 5. Knockback 2. Well, shucks. Can you even get enchantments that good? Curse of Binding. What the fuck is that? A curse? What is that? I'm not putting it on. Left click to grid it off the wall. Okay. Wait, no. Wait, how do I wear them? Oh, son of a bitch. Never got to do that before. Chill. He wants my wings. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god, wait, I don't have armor. And I think that's about as good of an ending as we're going to get. For one beautiful moment, I got to fly. The perfect song. The neighbor's story, finish it? There's not much else to say. She just thanked me for the work that I did. Which was funny because I'm a white guy and we were talking about systemic racism and she was a black woman. So it felt really weird. Like, cause it felt a little weird, you know, like... Not that I think there's anything wrong, but it was like, you know... Oh, you're welcome for not hating your kind. And... I hope you're all vibing right now, because this is a very vibe-worthy moment. What was the TikTok video? It got like 3 million views. The TikTok user is The Leftists. No space. Just The Leftists. No space. It's one of their top videos. I mean, it's their largest video. Hey, I'm unarmed. Oh. Right. The fuck was that? Okay. How long do these take to break by hand? Okay. Are you worried that some of the hyper woke TikTokers might find out about some of your controversies and turn on you? Out of you can't pick it up. I'm not trying to pick it up. I'm trying to clear a path. I'm not trying to get back to my body. I'm trying to get to the credits. Man, this music sure does sound like a game crashing. Aren't you angry? No, this is actually the perfect ending. Our goal was to get to the Ender Dragon, and we beat the Ender Dragon, but then we got greedy and tried to go for more content. And while I briefly tasted the glorious heights of that new content, the sun melted the wax, and now we end where we should have. Oh, God. Here, I'll read the credits, okay? Hold on. Pepsi Cola with the $5. 5:30 a.m. here. I've been working since 4 a.m. today. Thank you so much for streaming today. I don't know how I would have gotten through this otherwise. No worries, comrade. I am happy to provide the entertainment. Hey, V. Just hoping to get some confirmation you're familiar with haplogroup pseudoscience and the actual genetic science. Haplotypes are the future of racism. I could probably do to read a little more on it. Sounds a little complicated, but... Bromo with the $10. Vosh, will the elite as a whole be indiscriminately targeted during the revolution? The revolution shouldn't be about targeting anyone. It should just be about seizing the means of production. If there are wealthy people who are like, oh, okay, dude, I'll just not be a business owner anymore, then that's fine. It's not an intrinsic thing. Hey, thank you, Ratty. Glad you've been around for so long. Thanks for the $5, and much love to Egypt. In Enceladus86, Puerto Rico either should be a state or independent, depending on what the people want. I haven't done much research onto it. Sapient, I have seen the Distributus video on the Count Dankula debate. but I will not be going over it on stream because it's worthless and I don't want to give him too much attention. The only the point of the Distributus video, it's kind of funny. The reason why people like me, I love it when conservatives talk about me like I'm a rising star, like the explanation for his growth. It really makes my dick rock hard. He said the reason for my popularity is because the leftists just want to see somebody be their bully for once. Like, they want to see somebody be the bully, but on their side. Which, honestly, is probably a pretty decent explanation for a lot of my popularity, but he stated, like, that's all I do, but I also make good arguments. Glad you liked the baked potatoes I suggested, Bob Lovelong. And HTTP Lovecraft with the incredibly generous $20. Homogeneous. Thank you. Noodle Pastries, the tier 2 sub. I'd love to talk open source with you at some point. The community is so full of chud, so I want to spread the word so more comrades come along. Love you plus trans rights. Yeah, I just don't think I'd be able to offer much to that conversation, but maybe. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Holy fucking shit, not only did I realize my entire family is full of Karens, but my entire Facebook feed is full of people ready to go back to sleep on November 4th. Facebook should be deleted off the internet. It really does. It truly does ruin the people who use it. Happy to defeat the CEO of racism, Jakey Fakey. New Avalanche, the incredibly generous $10. Vosh, a car just drove into the Seattle protesters and shot some people. If the barricades the SPD put up weren't dismantled, tons of people would have died. Well, good thing the barricades were dismantled, huh? I assume the driver has been arrested. Somnio, thank you very much for the $5. 100k subs very soon. Helpful. I didn't get involved in much of my university apart from me leading the... No, wait, actually, I lie. I got involved in a ton of shit, but I was always in a leadership role. Yeah, I don't know. Just whatever sounds most interesting to you, I think. Nice, Windleby Dazzler. I'm proud of you for being able to get that lease. Fuck yeah. Hallowed Ore with the tier 2 sub. Found you through your Spyro stream way back, then I stopped freeloading. Holy shit, you found me through my video game content? That's a fucking trip. Glad you liked it, comrade. Wholesome 100 Reddit moment with the $5. I love you all. I love you too, and Bitterbrush with the $5. Thank you very much, comrade. Proletariat with the $5. Don't mind me. Hey Vosh, I'm a Minneapolis resident about to embark on an experiment of having no police department. Wish me luck. I know we all hope it goes well. There is nothing on earth I am presently more nervous and excited for than the implementation of the police-free Minneapolis. Radioactionary. Bush did more damage than Trump because of the era Bush was in. Trump is a far worse president. A far worse president. Or, I should say, Trump represents a much greater threat to this country than Bush does. I will say that confidently. Maybe Friendly Skeletal, maybe. Yeah, dude, if Trump was president during 9/11, holy fucking shit. Hello, my fellow Americans. I think we can all agree that Muslim Islamicists they would have opened up concentration camps. "9/11, I prefer 7/11. Yeah, that's awesome, Xanderhall. I saw some of that. I check your metrics fairly often. I'm really happy to hear that, man. All right, I'm bored. I don't care. Now that is the immediacy of a conclusive end to our Minecraft saga. Briefly, did we have the wings? Good night, BLM. Mode server with the $5. Guy Fieri is actually fucking based. Oh, nice. Feeding the... Oh, fuck yeah. Feeding the nation, baby. Modded Minecraft? Gay! Maybe. And see Brady with the $5. Kitten content as promised. Oh. Beautiful. Tiny. Little baby. So many babies. Oh. Many babies. Guys, I will say this. While I don't really have that much interest in playing Minecraft on stream, I might be very interested in doing adventure maps. Those were the fucking jam, dude. I used to watch YouTube videos of those back when I was like, younger or whatever. The basic gist of it is that you have to, you get like a very limited world, like very limited environment. It's like it's like a dungeon, but you have to like solve puzzles that are oriented around Minecraft mechanics, you know? Like you have to know how it all works. Adventure maps aren't as good as I remember. Well, maybe it depends on the adventure map, right? Like, I'm sure there are some really good ones. I remember there were some ones that were very popular back in the day, and they were done by Yogscast, I think. Well, I'm sure they were done by a lot of people, but anyway. Oh. Speaker PD with $10. Thank you. Was excited to see a small protest being held in my little conservative town of Sultan, WA. Couldn't believe it. Yeah, dude, the world is coming together on this. We live in very exciting times. Oh, Xanderhall, how's the Yogscast now? How have they changed? In what way? Half of them are canceled? Oh, you mean adventure maps, I see. Are they chuds? Oh no, they used to be so cute. A bunch of them were fired for trying to fuck fans. What a fucking liar, dude. Okay, no, we got ahead. I'm so hungry. I've only had 1,000 calories today. Have a wonderful day, evening. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning. Politics. I'm sure we'll find something to talk about. Maybe we can talk about politics. Gotcha, Zam. Be well.